Well, hard driver. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Torpid Gaming Network. My name is Sunset's Brew, aka Zep.
I'm Alandra, aka Lady Bedivere, aka the Marshal.
My name is Pilus, aka King Pilus, aka Nestor.
And I'm Mark, aka Lord Bonk, aka Bonk.
And this is Deadlands. It is our weird, Wild West tabletop RPG that you will hear about in a second because I am awful at explaining it, and I was fired. But before we do that, I fired myself.
Thank
but
you.
Before we do that, we're going to do some shout outs. And yeah, DJ Tech, thank you for the 500 bits. Wicked Bloodshed, thank you for the 100 bits. DJ Tech, thank you for gifting that tier 1 sub. Kukla Media, thank you for the follow. Questing Luke, thank you for subbing for 2 months. Wicked Bloodshed, thank you for gifting 3 subs. DJ Tech, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub. And Jung Nim Nim, thank you for subbing for 6. Actually, no, wait, 6. Yes, 6 months. What's up, Apu? What's up, Wicked? What's up, Mrs. Warped? Skin Slip? How's everybody doing? Pilus, how you doing?
Doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing grand. I'm ready to take us through I'm ready to experience the Weird West in an underground cave. But before we do that, I think there's something.
Did you know that Amazon
great segue.
allows you access to a thing called Prime Gaming if you're an Amazon Prime subscriber? Well, if you didn't know, now you know, and I'm going to tell you all about it. See, Prime Gaming allows you to get a free subscription to your favorite streamer on Twitch every month. You have to resubscribe manually every month, of course.
See? Just like that.
Just like that.
But just like that, Desert Beach
Just like
now
that?
has access to our 5 tier 1 emotes, access to our reaction vids with new ones just around the corner. You have access to our subs only Discord layer, and it directly supports the channel, which allows us to enhance the production and the experience that you guys get as viewers. So hit !Prime if someone hasn't already hit it. Follow the link to see if you have a Prime Gaming subscription available to you, and consider using it for the Torpid Gaming Network.
Yeah, what he said. I just did me a learn right there. Thanks, Nestor.
Mm-hmm.
But we are playing a game that is not Dungeons and Dragons today. Lady Bedivere, would you like to tell us about this game that we're playing?
Sure. We are continuing our travels through the weird Wild West in an alternate history United States. The year is 1876. The Civil War has raged on for 16 years. And everything just keeps getting weirder. We've got a hapless group of protagonists who thought they were just getting hired for a very simple escort mission to take their mysterious employer from Chicago out west toward California to find her missing little sister, and things have just gone progressively downhill from there. Let's hear a little bit about who those unlikely protagonists are. Starting with Nestor.
Okay. My character's name is Julio Juarez, and I actually have a story written here that I've never read to anybody, but I'm not going to do that today anyway. Julio,
wow,
is what the game
Like,
considers
subscribe, comment, follow.
is what the game considers a man in black, which is a hunter of the weird. Although he is the kind of guy who is still very smooth talking, likes to drink and gamble, but is also still pretty impressed when he causes a big explosion. He's often in awe of himself. Fun-loving, gambling, charm for anyone, carries a derringer in a cult, and will flirt with anybody.
And I think that brings up me for intros. Today I am playing Claude Fox, also known as Second Life. He got that nickname working on the railroad. Everything's fine. Working on the railroad. He was commonly the teamster, so driving the carts for the TNT cart. So he stood a little bit too close to some TNT one day. The dynamite went off, and somehow he made it, which is a great life story because I took a lot of damage last time around and it hurt. But Claude is a real big boy, and he has some big opinions of himself as well. When he puts his mind to a task, he is going to get it done no matter what. He is stubborn, as some would say. He is ugly as sin, as everyone can recognize based on the shrapnel in his face. And yeah, man loves his smokes, wants to do a good job, and still is undetermined if Julio is good enough for his sister. So that's a running thing we need to bring back.
Oh, don't worry.
I mean, yeah, if you're such an ugly boy, I should have made you an uglier character picture. It's so cute. So my character is Leon Robinson.
As if he drew them.
Oh, I mean, I was the hand that guided the hand that drew them. Hey, if you guys want to know who drew our artwork, you can do !art. They're fucking talented and awesome, and they would love to draw you something. So my character is Leon Robinson. He is a deserter in the Union Army. Originally a code breaker, he intercepted a message from the agency about the slaughter of some innocent lives that the Union Army was committing, and he couldn't bring himself to stay with the cause any longer. Imagine that. He covered up all his Union Army tattoos with massive black squares to remind himself that all the Army is just a bunch of cover-ups with no real authority. Leon he bites his thumb at authority, so to speak. He likes collecting shot glasses from every bar that he goes to, and he also would really love to know who the fuck the agency is and who's working for them.
I completely forgot to account for how many dudes named Harry who own bars in the US are after you because you keep stealing their glassware. But it's at least 2 at this point.
All of the Harrys. Every single Harry.
They're all cousins, apparently. I think we determined last week.
Yep. They actually go in on a shaving kit business that they use as a front to supply people with weapons to hunt you down.
I mean, you say that, but that actually fits completely within the realm of this game. Another thing that fits completely within the realm of this game, because I'm great at segues, is the Fate pot. One of the mechanics in Deadlands allows for you to draw Fate chips at the beginning of every game. These can be used to purchase benefits, such as recovering wind, healing certain wounds, or can be cashed in for various skill effects later on in between games. Everybody draws 3 except for Leon, who gets 4 because he took that feature because Zep is trying to win an unwinnable game against me.
I mean, it's not winnable with that attitude.
You just have to try harder.
Yeah.
So I will draw them in character introduction order. So first will be for Julio. You get 1 blue, which is your highest possible, and 2 white.
That's a slammer.
It's a good hand.
3 whites incoming. Let's go.
So sorry you had such bad luck with the Fate chips. Hey, the pot got reseeded because Constance spent a bunch last week on something. Oh, same draw. 1 blue and 2 white. Congratulations.
Taking it. Good stuff.
4 blue. Already calling it.
I don't know if there's 4 blue left in here. There might
only
be
3 left in the pot.
No, well, because someone went back.
One up my sleeve. Oh, that's 2 red, 1 blue, and a white. Let's fucking go.
Doing a terrible job of showing these to my camera. I apologize, but yes, 2 red, 1 blue, 1 white, and keep it honest. I will draw for myself because I get to use them. Oh, and I get the classic red, white, and blue spread.
Ooh.
Oh my god, we actually got to see it. I'm writing that down.
I try to show you guys mine every time.
I'm usually not paying attention, and no one says what they are, so I don't.
That sounds like a personal problem.
I'm trying to note things on my character sheet, like how bad I'm gonna die.
Yeah. Well, take those notes, and in the meantime, we'll see you in a minute because this is Deadlands. Go west, they say, and find your fortune. Trouble is, fortune is a wheel. Sometimes she can lift you to great heights, but just as swiftly she can crush you beneath the weight of all the world she carries. But that doesn't have to stop you. A lot of folks find the peculiar tenacity that drives them to fame and riches beyond their wildest dreams. So, if you've got the gumption, go west. Just keep all three eyes open if you do, lest you end up in the Deadlands.
We're back. Yes, we did it. We nailed it. First try.
Success. So, last week on Deadlands, we saw our hapless heroes wrap up their business in Topeka in a terribly unusual way. Bless you.
Sorry.
That unusual way being discovering that one of their contacts in Topeka, whom Julio and Leon had met, had been brutally murdered. When they went to check this out, they were able to reconnect with Claude, who was on a sort of dinner date with Belle, the deputy conductor from their train, who had a few tricks up her sleeve, including some sort of incredibly official-looking identification that allowed them to get a closer look at the body before anybody else got there.
Santos! Thank you for subbing for 7 months. Let's go.
After deciding that they wanted to get out of town as quickly as possible, they also ran into their employer, the mysterious Captain Constance Tenacity, skulking around in a back alley, looking a little worse for wear. And she informed them that she would be leaving immediately, gave them all the chance to end their contract. Shockingly, no one did. And the whole crew bought some horses and headed out of town with a, again, incredibly mysterious map provided to them by Belle, indicating that they could use an abandoned mine as a means to get, hopefully, from Topeka to somewhere closer to Dodge City. The crew made their way, found the mines, headed down, sent an incredibly anxious and reticent to talk Constance ahead of them in a minecart hitched to the horses, if I recall, through some wacky shenanigans. And as they followed that, they ran into some horrors. We'll just call them horrors. Some grotesque skeletal figures that had ripped apart at least one of the horses. While our heroes succeeded in defeating these horrors in the ensuing battle, Leon suffered some severe nausea and general gastrointestinal
Unluckiness.
problems. General bad luck, you might say. A thing that seems to haunt him in odd ways, while Claude took the brunt of the attacks from the ghouls and unfortunately suffered some severe poisonous bites to his abdomen. This was capped with a strange sort of healing spell granted him by Constance in order to stabilize him, who then revealed that she is harrowed. She is one of the Wild West undead. And that is essentially where we are. I believe Constance informed Julio that they would need to spend at least 2 hours resting before they could proceed forward. He agreed, under the conditions that presumably he and Leon would take watch. And she walked over to a horse, ripped off a chunk of fresh meat, and sat down for a snack.
So, Claude, are you dead? Are you okay?
I'm not dead yet, man. No, I've certainly felt better, but I'll make it. Got the probably have a nasty scar after this. I'd prefer not to get into a sit-up challenge or a strength contest anytime soon.
Do you remember those? You remember those bandages that you were gonna give me?
Yeah, those already went to someone else.
Ah, see, I was gonna say, lucky I didn't take them, right? right?
Are you trying to I told you so after I was attacked by some supernatural creature about a kind gesture I offered you and you were too pig-headed to receive?
I mean, I was just looking out for.
I just
I
wanna
was
make
just
sure
looking out
that
for your
you're-
future.
I just want to make sure that you are continuously driving the point home of I should not like you.
Yeah, you know, I mean, someday I'm gonna save your life because I didn't
Yeah.
take something that you wanted to give me.
You know what?
That day
Can't
could have been
wait to see
today.
it.
That day could have been today.
Can't wait.
Mr. Fox, sugar, you need any more hard liquor before I shut down?
You save it for the morning.
All right.
I'm good for now. I got through my bottle.
Excellent. Well, this is about to get interesting. Gonna be out of commission for about 2 hours. It's gonna be ugly. It's gonna be a lot of screaming, a lot of crying. I wouldn't get too close. See ya when I'm back. Constance pulls out her Colt. She empties the last 2 bullets out, tucks them in her pocket, makes sure that she's got a speed loader ready, and she basically puts her gun in the holster, puts the speed loader on the other side. She makes a very deliberate show of doing this so that Julio can see that she has removed the bullets from her gun. And then she basically goes and like about 6 feet away from you guys and just kind of posts up with her back against the wall, and you see essentially her eyes just roll back in her head and she drops like dead still.
So far, so good. And I'll go ahead and pull out one of my cigars and just go ahead and light that up while I prop myself probably a little bit higher up onto the cave wall.
Julio and
Yeah, Julio's already against the cave wall with a flask in his hand, and he's like dealing out cards and playing a game of poker against himself. He's like, you should fold. That's what he's doing.
Right.
Just waiting.
Excellent. As long as you guys all stay relatively still or take turns sleeping, you will be able to recover any wind you may have lost in the fight.
Yeah, we do that. Done. Clicked it. It happened.
You're like, I need whatever help I can get.
nailed it.
I now know how to properly use my poker chips to make sure I don't get as destroyed, but it'll be fine.
We live, we learn, and then we get bitten by ghouls.
That's
Yeah,
exactly
there's
how it
probably
works.
no bad ramifications from that.
Totally not.
I sterilized the bite mark. That's where half my bottle went to.
That's right. That's right. We did sterilize and bandage you last week. Yeah. For about the first 30 minutes, everything's pretty much just... I mean, it's weird. There's 3 dead ghouls and a dead horse sitting on the floor here.
We did confirm that the smell went away, correct?
The horrifying, nauseating one did, yes. It's just the regular smell of like decay in general.
How bad is it?
It's not pleasant. You've got a fun mixture of things happening here. There's a little bit of that rancid smell, that the one that like took Leon out earlier. There's a tiny little bit of that residual smell that seems to be coming from the ghouls. There is that like warm, metallic, fresh blood smell coming from the eviscerated horse. And there's a little bit of what you would consider like an old death spell if you get too close to Constance, which you now know is from the putrefying bullet wound on the back of her head, which she showed you last week.
Was it the back of her head or the back of her neck?
The base of her neck.
Base of her
Okay.
neck, right? Yeah.
The
Execute.
triangle of death.
Yep. Execution style shot.
Yep.
Hence the reason that she always pops her collar and puts her hair right there.
Also, it's very fashionable, so that style
Sure.
is not associated with the bros yet, so it's very fashionable.
Yeah, it's associated with the badasses yet in this era.
That's true. Constance would be a trendsetter if she'd stayed in the South and been a good Southern belle instead of what
we're still
went
like
into.
110 years away from hipsters, so everything's fair game.
No, we invented them 2 days ago.
Oh, fuck, you're right.
That's true. Nailed it.
Artisanal water. So after about first 30 minutes, nothing really happens. That's when things start getting very weird. And the way it starts is just this very quiet, persistent, like high-pitched keening sound. It's somewhere between like a sob and a scream. And it probably takes you a second to figure out where it's coming from, because these caves are just, full of strange noises and echoes. But after a moment, it's very easy to tell that it is coming from Constance.
No doubt in my mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She did warn you that it was going to be strange. For the next hour and a half, you essentially watch someone go through every possible phase of night terrors possible. She collapses onto her side. She's crying and screaming in her sleep. She's curled into the fetal position. It looks like she is struggling against something. And at the end of the 2 hours, almost to the second, everything stops. She goes perfectly frozen again. And you see her just sort of like pick herself up and sort of like sit up and start shaking everything out. How we doing, boys?
I think I got about 10, 15 minutes of sleep. Feeling a lot better, all things considered.
Yeah, I do apologize. This is not the most comfortable
Hey, you.
place to be, or the best company to be keeping for something like that.
Hey, I've worked harder jobs.
I would want nobody else except my present company to experience this wonderful magic. Hey, wait, Constance. Do you are you you, or are you something else?
Make me a scrutinize roll.
Love it. That's a 26.
Jesus Christ.
So
Yeah, okay.
For you at home, this game, the normal number you want to try and get is like a 5.
Yeah.
8 is really good, or like 10 is really good.
Yeah. So the target number for this was a 13. It was an exceedingly difficult, and you doubled that.
That's
so yes.
like, wait, that's like something extra, isn't it? If I like get like multiples of 10 above the target number.
That's
just means
2
you're gonna
raises above. Yeah.
I mean, in this case, it means you're going to know the answer to your question without really having to wait for her to say it. Because you look at her, and even in the dark of this cave and through all that, you can see that her eyes are fully black. Black iris, black sclera, black people just fully blacked out.
Gotcha. So it would be safe to assume that the possessed is actually possessed.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that.
He was,
okay.
He was not kidding about. I believe Julio asked her last week. Said, "Is there someone else with you?" And she confirmed yes, and that seems to be accurate.
Yeah.
At least at this moment. So yeah, you ask, and she sort of looks at you, and then is like, we're negotiating.
Oh, so Constance is still in there. You guys have it's like a partnership.
It's a very polite way of putting it.
Yeah, no, I mean we're very polite where we come from. Yeah, no, hey.
Is it considered polite where you're from to try and always weasel a drink out of strangers and put your nose in other people's business?
I'm
still just trying to understand you, Leon.
Look, To be polite, it's like an ebb and a flow. When you're polite to somebody, that means you have to be impolite to somebody else to balance the world. All right?
Yeah, I don't think karma applies to manners, but you know what? You do you there, Leon.
Yeah, hey. I'm going to save your life one of these days.
Can't wait to see it.
I'm sure that'll be an exciting day for all of us. You see Constance walks forward, and you see now her eyes have returned to normal. So, seems like the first order of business is going to be getting out of these mines and getting Mr. Fox to a doctor.
Give me a week. I'll be, tip-top shape.
I'm sure you will be, but I'm not going to sit in these caves for a week just waiting for the rest of those things to come back.
Oh, yeah, me neither. I'm good to walk. I'm good to travel. What you did last night, I don't mean to pry. Is there a chance you doing it again? Is that like a...
There's certainly a chance. It's a risk-reward sort of scenario. So
I feel like I've taken enough risks in the last 24 hours. I'm happy to hoof it. You know what? If we
I think the minecart is more or less intact. We got jumped by the ghouls. They grabbed 2 of the horses. 2 of them ran off, and if they didn't give themselves heart attacks out of fear, we might find them somewhere later down the line. And the minecart tipped, but I think if we all right it, we can always, have some sort of vehicle. If that seems...
I mean, a vehicle would be nice, but without horses, I don't really see it being of much use. Pushing a giant metal thing. I mean, what's that slope looking like? Because I assume I'm still laying down at this point. Like, I'm not really...
Oh, yeah, I didn't think you'd gotten up.
Yeah, I'm not getting up until I have to.
Can you walk?
I can walk. I'm just, not looking forward to it. You ever do a sit-up? It looks like one sit-up might hurt your abs the next day.
Yeah, my physical prowess, I was going to offer to push you in the cart.
I can walk. I didn't say I couldn't.
I was trying to be polite, and now my politeness cue has been used up on you.
Okay, you also said you were trying to be polite when you were trying to say I told you so for something that you didn't actually have control over. You're just trying to, change the story about your rudeness.
Julio, what do you think? Should we write this card, or do we just want to walk it?
Julio's still definitely inside 2 hands of cards while walking, and just completely ignoring the bickering that is these 2, and is and he just stuffs the whole deck of cards in his vest, and he's like, "Do we even know where we're going?"
Based on the map, Dodge City, we should be able to follow this tunnel through that.
But I mean, we're sure that this tunnel leads the way, right?
Do you have any reason to distrust our source and the handy map from Belle?
Might I take a look at that map?
Yeah, sure thing. And yeah, I'll go ahead and pull it out, hand it off to her. Constance, while you're looking at that, this Andrew Lane fella, is he a reputable source?
What do you know about Andrew Lane?
Just was said to say hi if we ran into him down here. So, I don't know. Thought he might be a caretaker of sort.
Was it that cute girl on the train? One gave you this map who mentioned him?
Yeah, she was also the one that seemed like she was a colleague of yours. Saw her flash a badge of some kind earlier. Now I'm wondering if she's like you or if she just knows the likes of you. I'm not really interested.
We work for the same employer. If she knows Andrew Lane. Different offices, clearly. Or we would have run into each other before now, I'm sure.
Got it. So she's just a company girl. She's not a girl like you.
There are very few girls left like me. Most of them died in the war.
Right.
Unfortunate hazard of the industry. But that is a good sign for you, Mr. Fox, because if she is a company girl, that means this is a company map, which means that there will be markings along the way that indicate the route that is being used as an escape route, and also maybe caches of supplies.
Ooh, caches of supplies.
Yeah,
Love
including,
those words.
I would hope, some more liquor and possibly some medicinal supplies for your sake.
Yeah, I'm starting to sober up, so
Oh, that I can help with. She reaches into her satchel, pulls out that jar she had. Remember, she took 2 jars.
mhm.
She unscrews the one that is whiskey. She chugs about half of it and then hands the rest of it to you.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and like turn onto my side and like give it a smell, and then like rotate it 180 degrees, so I'm not drinking from the same place she drank from, as I probably smell a terrible smell.
It's coming from the terrible smell is coming from the other jar. This is just really good whiskey.
Yeah, but I'm assuming with her being part deadish that she probably doesn't have the freshest of breath in the morning.
It pretty much just smells like whiskey because that is most of her diet.
Huzzah! Yeah, I'm more than okay with that.
No, she just kind of looks at you and she's like, "Look, there's 2 options. Scare everybody off with the whole," she like points to the back of her neck, "or just let everybody think I'm a lush."
No, I get it. If I could, if opera masks were in season all year round, I'd probably be running around in the rafters with one. But
Of course.
I get it.
Now, have we come to a determination on whether we are walking or taking this cart? Because we do need to keep moving. I don't know, Mr. Juarez, if you have ever had any experience with ghouls, but from what I have been told of them, they generally travel in packs of 6 or 7, and we only took out 3.
Well, that makes me nervous considering we've sat here for 2 hours.
You boys
can't
notice
say
anything?
I was gonna say I can't say I knew that, Senora. And so immediately, like, Julio just like pulls out his gun. It's like, but thanks for letting us know.
Certainly. There doesn't seem to be much reason to keep too many more secrets at this point, does it?
Maybe just a couple.
Certainly. She pulls out her gun, reloads it, reholsters it, and looks back to Claude and Leon. Well, walking seems to be the choice. So, shall we?
Yeah, my legs work fine.
I offer my hand down to Claude to lift him back up.
I'll go ahead and take my rifle and go ahead and just point it straight up underneath his jaw and use that to then push myself up. I'll holster that, pick up the pickaxe, and then just swivel on the heel and get to walking.
Hey, that offer's still gonna stand. So, feel free to use it next time you're down, my friend.
Yeah, I get it. You have an IOU for saving my life.
Yeah.
And y'all start walking down the tracks, I assume.
Yes.
You guys are going to be walking for quite a while. Constance is going to grab the one working lantern still on the minecart, take it with. You can also easily sort of torch things just with the debris that is around.
I'm also reloading my gun while we're doing this.
Yes, everybody
Yeah.
take the time to reload their guns.
Thank you.
And you guys will be walking and talking for a while. I'm going to just do occasional, probably wind checks as we see how long it takes you guys to get to anything useful. And if you guys have any questions for Constance, now is a great time to start that, because you're just going to be walking for a bit.
Constance, what does it feel like to be in love?
Sort of feels like butterflies in your stomach, and then makes you want to throw up, and then you shoot them.
Can you compare that to being that time when you weren't harrowed, and then now that you are harrowed? How does that compare to that feeling? Being in love versus being harrowed.
It's a little less butterflies and a little more like the constant eternal struggle between goodness and evil occurring in your brain at every waking hour of the day and most of your sleeping hours as well.
Can they hear us now?
Oh yeah, it's listening.
Oh.
Julio is visibly annoyed.
Constance catches his eye and just winks at him.
And then goes, when did it happen?
About 2 months ago. I wouldn't look this good if it had been much longer.
What does your sister have to do with it?
She's my next of kin. Of course.
She doesn't know that you died.
Nobody should. That's part of the problem. She reaches into her satchel. She pulls out the envelope that you guys picked up at the post office that had the army stamp. But somebody found out, and I think they tipped off the wrong people, because people who killed me obviously knew I was supposed to be dead. Now they're after me because they know I'm not entirely.
Saying we got the Dixie Army after us now?
I don't know that it's a full Dixie Army. I think it might just be my stepdaddy. He's still a little upset about, what I did to his brother back in the day.
We got time if you're in the mood for telling a story.
Which story would you like? I've got several.
With such an allude to what pissed off your stepdaddy so much, might be a good starting point.
My daddy was a right son of a bitch, and he made his money in sugar. He died when I was, going on 15, and his last act of spite against my unfaithful mother was to leave his entire fortune to me, completely excluding her from the will. Which ended up being alright for her, because she turned right around and married Beauregard Montgomery, who she had clearly been getting on with behind my daddy's back. Year or so later, along comes Prudence. All was well enough. Then the war broke out. I didn't particularly care to remain in Charleston with such goings on. So I left and went north.
So that puts you, 16 years older than your sister?
19. She was 3.
Ah.
Would have taken her with if that had been an option, but didn't seem likely. Went up north, went to DC, enlisted under blessed President Abraham Lincoln, rest his soul. That's where I found my particular calling. See, there's 2 kinds of women who get drafted into the Schenectady Sirens. Most of us are base level, secret spies, go to parties, flirt, steal some intelligence. Very simple matters. But a few of us find that we have a bit more of a stomach for, I believe you called it wet work?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Apparently I was surprisingly good at it.
We all got talents, just gotta find them.
About 6 years in, I was asked to make mark on my stepdaddy's little brother, who was a Confederate general who we needed to eliminate. It's easy enough, especially it being family of a sort. Didn't even suspect it. Thought I was coming home for a visit. Of course, my stepdaddy's smart. Unfortunately. He figured it out pretty quick. About 4 years later, seemed like it was too dangerous to keep me in that particular field. I'd been made just a little too well. So I took my incredibly generous pension, moved into the private sector. Been there ever since until, I don't know, I suppose I got careless and,
with your reputation, I doubt you got careless. I think someone else just got incredibly lucky.
Perhaps.
So I guess that brings up my next question. It sounds like you don't have a relationship with your sister. Why are you concerned with bringing her back if that is still our prime mission?
Oh, Prudence and I have always kept in touch. You asked me earlier if I was religious, and I was, very much so, for most of my life. She even more so than I am, which is where my concerns about her going to California come from. We've always connected over our sense of moral duty. She's just a little more generous about it than I am, if reckless in her ways of spreading that generosity.
Your communications with your sister, any of those face-to-face, or those just letters and telegrams?
Oh no, we would see each other when I was down that way working. Always letters, of course. It's funny, in another life, she probably would have been almost a good code breaker as our Mr. Robinson. We started learning codes and tricks to talk about Mama and Beauregard long ago. She could express her concerns, I could give her little bits of warning.
That honestly puts my mind at ease. I got catfished when I was working outside of Denver. There was a ratting program for railroad workers. You could rat back to town, and just ladies would rat back to you. You kind of start up a relationship. Well, it was actually just a couple of fellas in town that thought that they could just rough up these scrawny, love-strucken miners after a exhausting day of work. Well, three of those guys definitely won't be doing that anymore.
You must have been quite a surprise for them yourself.
No, it made sense. The letter handwriting changed periodically. It didn't seem like it was always the same person writing. But you know what? You start something, you see it through. So I'll take that meetup in a dark alley at 3 a.m.
I appreciate your sense of completion, Mr. Fox. Your sister.
Job's worth doing. It's worth doing right.
Your sister indicated that you were a man of upstanding moral character, so I'm pleased to see that her assessment was not incorrect.
I'm not sure if it's upstanding character or just a drive to be a character. Guess we'll find out.
Sometimes it doesn't make much difference.
Leon, you staring at my butt or something? You've been awfully quiet.
Yeah, I mean,
well, stop staring at my ass.
As much as your ass is enormous, and it really is. But Constance, how do you
You don't have to worry about being polite in front of me. You've seen far more of me than most have.
Oh, he's also made it quite clear he has no interest in being polite.
Well, yes, that's in his file as well. So, not surprised.
Yeah, about that file. Yeah, that's my question. What the fuck else is in that file?
Oh, standard sorts of general family background, your enlistment papers, the notices that were put out when you deserted, general intelligence on what you've been up to since you left the army, your movements, your locations, your interests, your contacts.
A scathing review of just you as a person. It's actually a very fun read. You should read it sometime.
That, my friend, is my pride and joy, my opus. But how did you? Who got that file for you? What the fuck else is in there?
Mr. Robinson, who do you think I work for in the private sector?
Well, nobody anymore. And he like points back.
Oh. It really wasn't that hard to get a hold of, I would like to point out, too. I got what I needed on Mr. Fox from his delightful sister when she wrote to me for information on the job. Your file was one telegram to my agency's office. And, I just left Mr. Juarez, who seems to be a bit of a specter. Not that I mind. Seems in keeping with your line of work.
Oh, Julio completely ignores it. Does not say anything.
So in answer to your question, Mr. Robinson, your file is not as interesting as you seem to think it might be. It is very standard intelligence gathered on a deserter from the Union Army whom the agency wished to keep an eye on.
Okay.
If you'd like to see a copy, I've got it in my bag.
Julio just turns to Leon and goes, "So what do you think should be in the file that's not there?"
I don't know. I don't know what I don't know. But I would like to know.
Well, that's for certain. I'm really surprised that Mr. Harris didn't give you more of a heads up about this, but I suppose I paid him well enough to keep his mouth shut.
Speaking of contacts and files, you made it seem like you were rather surprised when either only 3 of us or just 3 of us arrived. Is this some sort of hand-picked crew you put together, or is this just the ones that kind of fell in?
Little of both. I was selecting who I put in my requests to. People I knew I could trust, people who had the right sort of judgment about who they would tell about this job. And then I waited to see who they would tell.
You trusted fucking Mick?
No, I trusted Mick's handler, which was my other mistake.
So have you worked with my sister?
In a manner of speaking. Not directly, but I know who she is.
She's a smart one. I'm glad she has a reputation that precedes her.
Oh, let me put it this way, Mr. Fox. Should anything happen to you while in my employ, there are many people who will make sure that nothing harms your sister and brother on account of your involvement with me. She is
Another
far
thing
too
I'm glad to
valuable a
hear.
resource.
I've always known that, but no, Bruce is the one I worry about.
He seems to be a bit of an idiot, but in a well-meaning sort of way, so...
He's the right sort of idiot. His heart's bigger than his brain.
That is quite relatable. Mark,
Yes.
roll me a d20 and tell me what you get. Or do it and roll 20 so that I can see what you get. However you want to do it.
No, I want to roll a die. That sounds fun. I don't think I've actually done that in weeks.
This is just a pure decision making
All right, Alandra, call it high or low. I rolled a 13, which just feels great.
Nope, that's good. You beat me. So, as you guys have been trucking along for a while, keeping a steady but fairly slow pace, due to not wanting to jar your insides up too much, Constance suddenly stops and holds up the lantern. You can see that there's the main track, and there's a couple of like kind of junctions that sort of split off, like smaller doorways of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
She walks up to one, she holds up the lantern, she looks, and she taps a little, like, carved marking. Seems we're in luck. She pops in through that doorway.
I ready my pickaxe instead of using it as a walking stick. I just got it over the shoulder now.
So I'm going through that door.
Great. Yeah, she pops in through the doorway. She's got the lantern with her. And walks into what looks like kind of a storage room, for lack of a better term. There's some shelves, there's some barrels. It looks like essentially like a little supply closet. And she immediately goes over to the shelves, hangs the lantern on like a nail, and starts like opening boxes and bags and looking to see what she can find. If you're right behind her, she turns around to you at one point and like hands you like a case. And so like, just hold this. That should be the med kit.
Sure thing, miss.
Continues like rummaging through. Finds a bunch of bottles of whiskey in a crate. Opens up one big barrel, sees it is full of gunpowder. Kind of looks at y'all and moves the lantern a little further away. And hunts around, finds what looks like some like dried food supplies, like jerky and stuff like that. Kind of checks over everything. So, as I hoped, the cache has been appropriately restocked. Anybody need anything in particular? I do recommend maybe having a bite to eat.
Well, this looks like a old station that the miners may have used, right? These used to be tunnels looking for ghost rock, right?
Yes. From what I gathered off of that map that your little lady gave you, it appears that it's been overtaken by the agency to use for underground transit.
Well, before that, miners usually had to hide stuff from the foreman that they weren't supposed to have, and with a barrel of gunpowder there, I'm thinking they might be hiding smokes. So I'm just going to tap around and see if I find anything. I'll go ahead and just take my pickaxe and start tapping on the floorboards and see if I find any sort of hollow section and see if I can find some, dried out tobacco products.
Yeah, give me a search roll.
Yeah. That is a skill I have.
Yay! We have skills now.
I don't. Oh, that's because I have minuses. That is a 3 for me because I am injured, but I'm a big boy and I get to ignore 1 level of my wounds. So I rolled a 5 minus a 2. That's only a 3 for me.
Cool. Roll again and see if you do better. Call this like a roll with advantage because you do know what you're looking for because you've worked.
And she really wants to give you that cigarette.
Nope. It's worse. That's a non-natural.
Why couldn't you just get a 26 like me?
Because I'm injured. And
very violently.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm
actually rolling trash tonight. Everything's been below average.
It's not. Oh, that's
and
not
I
good.
have minuses. Better to get them out of the way now.
That's true. Unfortunately, you are unable to find anything, but you take a good look around. But yeah, you guys now have a couple more bottles of whiskey. There's some ammunition, if anybody wants another box of ammo. And there is various dried good food.
I could take another box of ammo.
Yeah, I'll probably take another box of ammo as well.
Yeah, no, I'm taking food and bandages.
Great. Constance does come over and is like, would you like me to take a look at that? Maybe I can stitch it up a little better now that we've got some actual supplies.
Appreciate it. I think it's better if someone else applies and I'm not, flexing the abdomen.
Yeah, just, you want to sit down in case this stings a little?
Yeah, I guess. And I'll go ahead and just reach back and, pull off my shirt rather than unbuttoning it and just have, suspenders off to the side. And, yeah, I think I got bit 3 times.
That
so there's
sounds
just,
right.
there's just,
Yeah.
three different, massive, bite marks, on what I based on my stats, I think a 6-pack, but also on like the entire like left side of my body though. Like there's a little bit on my face, like everything on my torso though just looks like a giant bite mark, like a mountain bit me, and that's where a lot of my damage actually came from, and why my shirt's a little baggier than what like my build might suggest is I have an asymmetrical outline of my body.
I like the fact that you probably have like an 8-pack, but it is only a 4-pack because the other half has all this damage from the past injuries.
Yeah, it's a 4-pack with like a scar that holds it together. It's yeah.
And somehow it was the ghouls that nearly killed you. Yeah, Constance takes a look. She pulls out like a little like kind of like field medic type kit, and starts like grabs one of these bottles of whiskey, does another like rinse off, starts kind of stitching you up. You definitely feel a weird warm tingle that is not the booze, that is kind of similar to when she smacked you last night when she was helping bandage you up. You reduce 1 more level of wounds.
Sick.
Because she rolled real good.
I love when that happens. Yeah, great.
So yeah, she said you feel a lot better.
I greatly appreciate that. You're quite skilled at your craft. You know, you're just as good as stopping holes as you are as putting them in people.
It's a trade-off.
You mind if
literally?
Yeah. You mind if I hang on to that needle?
Not at all.
Yeah, and yeah, I'll just go ahead and put my suspenders back on and put my pickaxe over my shoulder. And as we walk, I'm gonna go ahead and try and sew up the bite marks that are on my shirt, just like I've seen my sister do 100 times.
Nice. Okay.
Give me a stitching roll.
Yeah. Where's your arts and crafts skills? I believe they're under
you to make a homemaking stitching roll, please.
Cognition does have arts.
I don't think anything has points in it.
I was really hoping for deafness using my sleight of hand, but you know, I'll take what I can get.
It's like I was kidding, but now I feel like you should roll just on principle.
Roll
yeah, sure. Roll
Done.
Yeah, right. Yeah, roll deafness. I just want to see what happens.
Sick.
Ooh, let's
that's
go.
Also untrained. So with untrained and being wounded, that would be a
God
total
damn.
of an additional -3. So that's a 12.
Yeah, that's still no. You really paid attention when Abigail has done her stitching and mending before. You not only like get them stitched right up, but it actually looks very artistic in the way that you like blanket stitch the edges back together. It looks intentional now. Still creating hipsters.
I'm gonna be one of them pretty boys.
Hey, I think I saw somebody in Brooklyn with that same shirt.
Mr. Fox, you are already the prettiest here. Don't worry about it. She like pats your cheek and leaves you with the medkit and walks away.
Claude knows deep inside that that's not true because he has to stand next to Julio every day.
but he also knows deep inside, yes, this is why Constance survived so long in the war.
Yeah, I'm not eating the sugar she is serving.
Probably a good idea. It might be rancid. Yeah. Constance continues kind of checking out. She checks out the rest of these doorways with the lantern and kind of like taps some other little like these little like marks kind of scratched into the doorways. And finally points, just kind of continuing down the tracks. And she's like, everyone feeling all right to continue? I know that walking for 2-3 days was not really the plan, but I think we have to just keep going until we either find an outlet up to the surface or
while we've been walking, I'm not sure how long has passed, have we seen signs of the other horses? Like, have there been any like blood trails, or do you think they just
go ahead and roll a search or a tracking, see if you can find any trace. Chat, you guys are so cute that you think I didn't already have that idea.
Is that something that we can
That is
all roll?
a 12 for me.
Is a 12? Yes. Yeah. Anybody who wants to can roll search, scrutinize, track in to see if you can find traces of the horses, traces of other ghouls, blood trails, any of that.
That's a 15 on my scrutinize.
Zep
I got a
is
5 on my
constantly
tracking.
Double digits.
Great. That's not terrible for anyone, thankfully. Yeah. I think Julio, I think you're still a little in your head and a little bit focused on like processing all this information and keeping an eye on where everybody's hands and guns are and all of those kinds of things. But I think
Yeah, like Julio's ready to shoot any of you.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I
That
think
makes sense.
I think as you guys are kind of like stopped here for a minute, particularly, Leon and Claude, I think you can both see what looks like it might be traces of hoof prints in the dust. You're thankfully not really seeing like footprints. So
I'm just gonna like peek my head back in to like chat with Constance and make sure she can hear too. We might be able to get a faster one. I think the horses may have escaped. I'm happy to call for them. I've heard of stranger things, but pretty much everyone uses the same whistle to hail their horses. But, it is going to be one of those loud things that echoes through a cave that could give away our position. So, if speed is of the essence, it's worth a shot. But shooting we might do.
if y'all are willing to risk another tangle, I think it might be worth it to get us out of here quicker. The longer we're in here, the more likely they are to come back if there's more of them.
Yeah, I think at that point, I'll just kind of like get my hands ready to do the whistle, and I'll just take a peek at both of the guys.
I got
Opinion?
Got my gun out, got a glit in my eye. Yeah, I've been practicing on the way down. I know it didn't look like it, but I think I really got this down.
Yeah, I'll take a note of that.
Nothing but faith
Yeah.
in you, Mr. Robinson.
Julio just gives like a nod, like a
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just shove like two pinkies into the back of my mouth and just let out just a super high-pitched whistle, just a and try and get those horses to at least either stop or maybe turn tail.
Cool. No immediate response, which, no horses yet, but also no
ghouls.
So,
Yeah. I think in the meantime, if they're coming back, they're going to be coming back from this direction, which is where we need to be heading. So, getting on. You guys still need me to slow down for you, or can we pick up this tempo?
I'm more than happy to pick it up as long as you are feeling up to it.
Feeling fine and dandy.
Yeah, let's go.
Y'all.
Cool. Y'all start hustling your way down the tracks. This is what everybody wanted out of Deadlands, right? Was spending
So you're
3 episodes in a
walking.
mine.
And you're walking.
and once
Uh,
you've walked, consider walking some more.
Could you go left or right? You're walking.
Great. Sorry, let me look at whole list of things.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say for anyone who played D&D before things like Critical Role took off and have seen people play D&D online, at some point your friend was gonna run a game of D&D, not have anything prepared, and you would go into a tunnel and you would be walking, and then you would just randomly pick left or right for about an hour of actual
The
time,
worst.
and then something would happen.
The worst.
So yeah.
See, at least every time I've ever done that to people, I did have an actual map, whether or not I shared it.
Whether they knew it or not.
Great.
We're just hex crawling.
Yes. Yeah, as you guys continue walking, you're moving a little quicker. I would like everybody to make me either a search or a scrutinize roll. Your choice.
To scrutinize the mood.
Does
of
it
the
involve
cave.
a hearing?
Yes.
Great.
Does it also involve sight?
It could. Yeah.
That's an 11 for me, dog.
That is a 15 if it involves sight.
Julio, what'd you get there, bud?
I got a 3. Don't ask me like that. Like you can't see it.
That's fine. Leon, you're pretty sure you can hear horses in the distance. Like further up the tunnels. It's kind of hard to tell because these tunnels are a little echoey, but you're pretty sure you're starting to pick up on horse
What
hooves.
about, do I hear some ghouls in the distance too?
See, here's the thing. Ghouls don't really make a lot of sound.
great.
You
Okay.
notice them by their smell.
Got it.
Also
Do
good
you-
at smelling. So.
I was gonna say, do you have a weird buff to your smell where I should let you roll again?
I might actually.
I don't remember who has which weird buffs to which senses.
I think I have.
I do
eyes,
have-
and he
I
has
have-
everything else.
I have hear, smell, and taste.
Great. If you would like to make a second scrutinize roll under smell to see if you smell.
That's a 12.
It doesn't smell good down here. It's not just Constance.
Yeah, okay,
You've,
okay,
you've
great.
been with her long enough that you've adjusted to that weird this is gross, but I'm nose blind to it at this point. Also, she mostly smells like whiskey because this is a literal thing in the Deadlands world. Harrowed can pickle themselves by drinking a specific amount of whiskey first thing every day because they don't get drunk. It just preserves their body so that they don't keep
So
rotting
they're
like
just
corpses.
a walking mummy. Yeah, that's
Interesting.
great.
Basically,
Got it.
yeah.
Hey, so the horses, yeah, they're up there, but we should probably move quickly if we want to beat the rest of the ghouls to them, because I don't know where they are, but I can smell those little fucks.
Everybody up for a light jog?
Try to keep up.
Great. Cool. Everybody's
I
gonna
am
start
not very
picking up
athletic.
the pace. You should.
I can do it.
For ghouls.
No, let's go. The dice are on my side today.
They are so far.
So if we're jogging, I will go ahead and set the pace at 18.
Fuck you.
What are you pulling that from, a big boy?
Well, I can move up to 24 around.
Great.
So that's 3/4 of my movement speed.
Excellent.
I have a pace of 6.
So you can move up to 12 in a round. So me walking is you running.
Yes. You got long
I
legs.
love that. I got long legs and I like to use them.
Cool. Constance has a pace of 8, so she will be just a little bit behind Claude.
Wait. I think I fucked up. How do you determine your pace? Isn't
Your
it?
pace, I believe, is your nimbleness, whatever that number is, not the die. And then running, you can in a combat, you can move up to your pace, and you can actually move up to double your pace. But once you go over your pace, you're considered running, which gives you like a -4 to everything because
Right.
it's hard to run and gun.
Wait.
So your maximum movement in a round is double your pace.
Right. It's the equivalent of a dash action to use D&D terms. Yeah.
Yeah. But
You're talking about how you get the base number for
Base
it?
Yeah.
number, just whatever number is next to your nimbleness. So 4D, like D whatever.
40,
so, if you have
10.
so your pace would be 10. So you're
10. Okay.
So yeah, you can easily then keep up with Claude.
yeah. I think I'll go ahead and slow down to Constance's pace. Actually, I will slow down to a little bit slower than Constance's pace, so she can catch up and then be jogging instead of at a full run.
She just kind of rolls her eyes at you as she catches up and continues moving forward.
Well, I want to be near her because she's the best shot that I've seen so far.
You're not wrong. Her shooting skill is very good. Cool. Yep, you guys are all jogging along the tracks. Leon, go ahead and call high or low. Let's see how lucky you are. Did I lose you? I didn't get sound on that.
Oh, we definitely can't hear you on our end. So.
Oh, we can't hear you.
Hey, it would really help if I unmuted my mic low.
Hello? Okay.
I was like, it's happening.
It's happening. Oh god. Damn it. Where's my thing? Yeah, you guys are jogging along. You're hearing the sounds of the horses getting closer. And then you hear one of them whinny, and you hear the sounds of hoofbeats running.
Oh, damn it! They got the horses.
Better the horses than us. Shoot. Check the walls. Look for anything that looks like a man-made marking that might tell us that there's some sort of secret passage. Sometimes they mark them and they cover them up. Any of those little scratch marks like we saw on the doors.
Sure thing. Yeah, and I'll
This would be scrutinized.
I'll definitely get to wiping my hands across the wall.
Was that to everybody or just?
Yeah, yeah, she said that to everyone. No, that's to everyone. I mean, you have high scrutinize, so...
Does it involve sight?
It does involve sight, so you get your
That's a
bonus.
6 for me, dog.
I'm a 10.
Got a 9.
Alright. Yeah. Leon and Julio, you spotted about the same time. There's a mark that looks like the mark that was on the door where she found the supplies. All of these things, it's very proto hobo code. It's just little these weird little kind of rune etchings that clearly have some meaning. Don't die!
Proto hobo code made me laugh. I don't know why, because you said it very seriously, but it was very funny.
It's because I haven't had a lot of zingers this episode, so we'll take what we can get.
It's a very funny chain of words. Proto hobo code?
It's just all those O's. It just sounds really good. Yes, you guys find it at the same time, and I assume probably do some sort of simultaneous here or whatever. At which point Constance comes over, runs her hands along the dirt, and then you see her start clearing the dirt out and revealing the edge of the kind of trap that's inset into the wall. Yeah, well, this'll do. Hope y'all don't mind crawling.
I mean, if it fit.
It might be tight, but I think you can do it.
I'll go last.
You sure? You are very hurt.
Yeah, but if I get stuck, I'd rather you guys be in front of me than behind me.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but if you get stuck, we can't get out.
No, you can get out if I get stuck. I just have to backtrack.
All right, we don't got time for this. She
Does
just
that word
pops
mean
this door
the
open.
same to everybody? Stuck?
Everybody,
Anyway,
get in the tunnel.
Yeah, I'm going.
She'll look at you, Julio. Would you prefer to be behind me?
Lead the way.
She will follow Leon, letting Julio have the advantage position behind her. And then Claude, you can come behind. You guys crawl through this tunnel for about 10 minutes. It's tight for you, Claude, but you are able to get through. And it empties you basically into what looks like it was meant to be another mine shaft, coming down from the surface, where they went a few feet one direction and then just hit this massive amount of rock and just bailed out of using this entry point. There's a semi-rotten but potentially stable enough ladder that leads up to a spot above where you can see daylight coming through cracks in some 2x4. It looks similar to the boarded over entrance that you guys originally got in here from.
I'm cruising up.
Great. Roll me a deftness check.
I just made that better before this started.
You just put points in everything, didn't you? Which skills did you
Nope.
not put points in?
Well, last time I put ones in a lot of things. I still don't have some points in some things, but this time I dumped everything into going my deafness from D6 to D8. That was
that's
all
right.
my points.
Because you were trying to improve your shooting. That's fair.
Yes.
Which you did.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, you're able to get up the ladder.
Yeah, that was a 7, by the way.
Yes.
For the folks at home.
Yep. Constance is going to try to scramble up behind you. If her thing will roll. There it is. Yep, she does fine. Julio and Claude, if you would like to also scramble. Julio, you slip. You one of the. It was a target of 5.
And you got a 4.
You got a 4. So as you start to climb up, one of the 2x like breaks off in your hand.
Sick. Best thing to happen to me yet. 2020.
Well, at least Claude can catch you. He's right there.
Yeah. Being the really large one, a rotting ladder, I was definitely going to be the last one to go up.
Constance will see that you guys aren't immediately behind her as she kind of gets up to the top. There's a little bit of a lip leading up to this door, and she just turns around and is like, "Everybody all right?"
Fine. If I've fallen, I am going to pull the whiskey out of my flask and just
From the ground.
Yeah.
You didn't fall very far, but it was enough that it was jarring. So
Yeah. And then I will. Is there another way in which I can climb up this?
you can certainly just try again, just avoiding the broken rung. You
Okay.
can try the indefinite. There's also a climbing skill, if you guys have points in that, if you want to try to do more of a scale, like kind of going up the side of the rock as well as the ladder.
I don't have that.
Julio
you have at least a
doesn't
1 in it.
climb. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you have a default 1 in it.
That's one of the few skills we all have.
Where is it?
It's
under
under
nimbleness.
nimbleness. I would also let you try to roll a nimbleness instead of a deftness if you want to just see if that gives you...
Yeah, I'll take the nimbleness roll.
Yeah.
Where was that when I was rolling?
I can't let you get off that easy when you start out the gate with a
joking.
26.
I'm joking. Don't worry. It's the higher I roll, the more that it guarantees I'm going to get a bust sometime this game. Don't worry.
That's very true. Yeah, with a nimbleness of 15, yeah, you're able to just kind of look at the ladder, reassess, and be like, oh, this was my mistake, and then kind of skirt around the rotted areas. Get right up.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think seeing the break and then also like the leverage of like part ladder, part climbing, I'm definitely going to do the nimbleness climbing route
Great.
to crawl on up. And that is an 8 for me.
Yep. Totally does it. Yep, you guys are all able to get up to the top, and I think we determined last time that you guys collectively have enough strength to be able to kick these 2x4s off of the doorway.
We got in here somehow.
Because that's how you guys got in originally. So I'm not going to make you roll for it. I'm just going to say that it takes a few rounds, but between Claude having a pickaxe and Constance having a lot of pent-up rage, you guys are able to just sort of rip enough of a hole in these 2x4s to get through. And you spill out into the Kansas Plains.
Yay. I love the Kansas Plains.
It's so flat.
It seems to be the wee hours of the morning. Like, the sun is maybe just starting to rise a little bit, so it's starting to lighten up outside, but it's not. You can still see the stars above you. Moon hasn't fully set.
Right. Well, can we see anything on the horizon?
Make me a cognition roll.
I believe this is sight-based.
It is.
Okay, so I rolled a 2. I actually only have a -1, but it is sight-based, so it goes up to a 3. It is not actually the 0 that showed up in our dice roller. It doesn't apply all of my bonuses.
Your modifiers are so wackadoodle right now, and I love it.
I'm injured, but I get to ignore part of my injured minuses, but it's sight, so I have a plus. It's rough. So it's actually a 3.
At the moment, you're not seeing anything. It's just flat. There's a lot of grass.
So keep going west, huh?
Sons at our backs, boys.
It seems to be the best option. Seeing as how I do not think we are going to be recovering those horses anymore, perhaps we should head in sort of a northeasterly direction and attempt to reconnect with the train tracks?
Northeast or northwest? Northeast.
Sorry,
sounds just a little
northwest.
Backtracking. Got it. I get turned around too.
To be perfectly frank, it has been a long time since I have had to do this level of countryside navigation. I normally keep to more of the urban centers.
Yeah, it's nice to be in town, but there's a beauty when you're out here.
I will take your word for it, Mr. Fox.
Yeah, I'm really hoping this beauty is fleeting. Yeah, let's go find that train tracks.
And you guys set off to do some more walking. Let me pull up another thing.
And we're walking.
Now that we're outside of the
Left.
place. I mean, if you want me to just give you the maze puzzle, I can just have you do that for another 2 hours.
No.
You seem real excited about it. I don't know, man.
I'm excited to make fun of it. I don't want to do it.
I didn't like doing the secret woods in every Zelda game. I don't want to do it in a RPG setting.
This is totally different. There is nothing here because you're in the plains of Kansas. There's no trees or anything. What you see is what you get, and it's all grass. No, you guys start walking. The sun starts rising, which is going to improve your ability to see what else is around you. God, I have to toggle over to a thing because I have to check your distance and how far you have made it.
How detailed was the map that got handed to us? Like, does it also like outline some of the rivers?
It
Wait a minute.
It mostly is based off of the railroad tracks. It's mostly
it.
showing the rail lines and then showing these additional markers that seem to be whatever sort of secret trails or whatever based off of specifically the rail lines. However, you particularly would probably know something about the terrain in this area because you've probably at least been through here a few times traveling to the Denver Pacific line.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say you probably don't have this preset as a skill, but I would let you roll under like an area knowledge sort of roll to see if you can kind of figure out where you are.
So do you want that to just be a regular knowledge roll? Because all I have is my home county area.
Yeah, let's do it as a regular knowledge roll.
Okay.
But
yeah,
it would make sense for you to have at least a
that would be
sense
a
of the area.
4 for me.
It's really flat. It's really hard to tell where you are. You are fairly confident that if you can find some sort of more significant landmark, like any change in the elevation of the terrain or the railroad tracks or something, that you can probably kind of locate yourself off of it.
Yeah, Bill said it best. Fucking hate Kansas.
Cheers to that.
Yep.
I knew my sins would catch up with me someday. I just did not expect them to leave me stranded in the middle of the bloody plains.
Hey, well, thankfully the only thing we got near us is the Union Blue. So whenever we find that, that'll be I think a good boon for us.
Yeah, that seems to be. We should run into... Yeah, we should run into the tracks if we just keep going, right? They're just a straight shot through.
Yeah, we'll hit the tracks a little faster if we do curve a little north. Yeah, we're well behind, I think, whatever slowed us down in Topeka.
Fair enough. Onward and onward, I guess. Maybe if we get lucky, we'll run into homesteaders before then.
Yeah, here's to getting lucky. And yeah, I'll go ahead and, swig down the last of one of the bottles we found in our stash, and I'll go ahead and just throw it back down the hole behind us. And then get to going.
Totally. Yeah, you guys set out a walking. Trying to find. I have all of my walking versus riding versus train speeds on some document. Haven't been able to find it, so I'm just gonna make it up as I go. I know the general basics of how
we
speeds
walk
work.
at 25 miles an hour. Wow, why were we doing this the whole time, guys?
I mean, I quick shortcutted a bunch of math so that I knew how long it would take you guys to get through the mines, but then, shit went down.
Wasn't our fault. We didn't put the cools there.
Look, it's in the manual.
Yeah. I found jail times. I didn't find travel times.
It's up at toward the very top. Anyway, it doesn't really matter that much because I'm just fudging this based off of my general knowledge of the map. You guys walk for probably about 2-3 hours. I'm gonna make everybody take 2 points of wind.
That's fair.
Sure.
Because you guys, you're not moving at like a horrifyingly major pace now that you're above ground, but you've been walking for a while. It's getting warm. And Leon, go ahead and make me a hearing-based cognition roll.
Great, can do. That is a 13.
Yep, you're the first one to hear horses galloping up from behind you.
I'm looking behind me.
You don't see anything yet, you just hear them.
Hey,
There's a cloud of dust that might be them off in the distance. They're gaining on you, but...
Hey, guys, there's the horses coming up behind us. Look, best case scenario, there are horses totally unharmed, all there. But I got a gut feeling that there's gonna be people on top of them, and maybe we should hide.
Constance waves at the flat grass. Be my guest. What's your suggestion?
Look, I'm just the idea guy. I'm the idea guy.
If you go prone, you might have a chance of sneaking up on them, but I mean, them up on horseback, they're just going to see a big clearing in the grass.
Are we sure they're horses and that it's not a stampede? Because if they're horses, I don't mind attempting to negotiate with riders. I do have a fair amount of capital at my access. If it is buffalo, we are right fucked.
Did it sound like buffalo or horses?
It sounded like hooves, and all of you've seen so far is dust cloud.
Minotaurs. It's got to be minotaurs.
Oh my god, it's minotaurs!
Shit, you don't even know that that's an option in this game. I mean, oh no, really?
The Greek classics are still around in the Civil War.
Look, I mean, I've never seen a buffalo before. So it could be buffalo. It sounds like hooves.
Is there any rock near us? Like anything that we might be able to get cover in the event of a stampede?
Yes, there's a little rocky outcrop about 40 yards ahead of you.
All right, if it's a stampede or if it's an ambush, I say get behind those rocks, and I'll ready up Plan B real quick, and I'll go ahead and sling my bag over to my front side, and I'm gonna pull out a plunger, and I'm gonna pull out about 60 feet of wire, and I'm gonna pull out 3 dynamite sticks, wire it up, throw it out, and then just start dropping wire over to the rock, and be ready on the plunger in case it's a stampede. I'll divert them as best I can, and if it's an ambush, if it goes south, I'll also divert them.
Yeah, I'm heading to that rocky outcropping.
Constance kind of starts to walk away, but then also kind of pauses and is just kind of looking between Claude and Julio.
Don't worry, I'm a professional.
This one is far out of my expertise.
Hey, as long as you're 50 yards out, you don't need an expertise.
You boys coming? Well,
I just had to take a knee, and I'm doing up the wiring, and I don't have to throw it as far. But yeah, once I get the wiring done, throwing it, walking it backwards, making sure there's straight lines. So yeah, about 60 yards from the rock, and in the direction of whatever noise is coming, I'll be there, kind of peeking my head up over the rock with the plunger at the ready. Ideally behind the rock, so if it is bandits or something, they're not going to see it coming.
Yeah, I'll say you guys are able, because you're moving at a quick hustle, you're able to all get up to these rocks and get behind, and then from there, anybody who would like can make a scrutinize or just a base cognition roll to, as they are rapidly gaining on you since they're moving at a faster pace than you are on foot.
That is an 8 to spot them.
It does look like horses with riders. It looks like quite a few of them.
I have a 7, so okay.
Yep. Yeah, you guys both easily able to. Yep.
I rolled an 18.
Yeah, it's people on horses. Variety of colors, jackets.
Leon is like, they're all wearing name tags. Each of them have a different
Yeah.
name.
That's Robert, Bob, Susie.
Bobbert.
Leon with the 18, I'll say you're able to kind of piece out and be like, you're pretty sure there's like 7 or 8 of them.
My hand slipped.
Yo, Epic Plays Games.
My
Thank you for the
hand
follow.
slipped.
Welcome to the Torpid Gaming Network.
Looks like
They-
raiders. If
Yeah, no, we gotta.
I say our story is we tried to see if there was anything to scavenge out in these mines, and we're just walking our way back to the train where it dropped us off.
Yeah, no, I love that. No, I love that. Yep, we can work with that.
How skilled are any of you in the art of deception? Just want a baseline here
Just
before we lie, because I'm very good at it. But
Yeah,
so far, you all have been
I'm
rightfully honest fellas.
just awful at deception. See, no, that was me doing it. I did it.
Yeah, Leon, you probably shouldn't talk.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah,
Mr.
Julio, if you want to
Robinson.
take point.
Julio looks at her and goes, I'm not a good liar, but I'm a good people person.
I will accept that. Anybody get any
Where's
read on
performance, by the way? Isn't there performance somewhere?
There's performance.
It's
there's
under
art
mind.
cognition.
under mean? Yes,
Performance.
performance.
Yeah, there
This
it
is under
Yep.
mean yet.
Performing,
I don't have that.
persuading.
Performing, persuasion, but under smarts, there's also bluff, ridicule. There's a ton of
Which
social skills in this
yeah.
game.
There's
so-
many options. Yes.
Yeah, I have a bunch of social skills for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think between you and Constance, you probably have them all covered. I just don't know who has exactly what. Cool. Yeah, you guys are hiding behind this rock. Claude, you have some dynamite set up and ready to go. As these riders get closer, it looks like a group that is traveling together. You're starting to see what looks like uniforms on at least some of them. Julio, go ahead and make me a scrutinize roll, or just base cognition, whichever you prefer.
11.
Great.
Rock solid.
Yeah, you recognize one of the riders at the front of the group. It's Lieutenant Flores. Paloma.
Oh,
Lieutenant
Sorry.
Paloma Flores. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I was like, I know that person. Yes.
Sorry, I realized we barely called her by her last name.
Yeah,
Well, her friends don't call her lieutenant.
Yeah,
from what I
yeah,
hear.
exactly.
Yeah, apparently her friends are on first name basis
Look,
with her.
I'm just a really good friend, okay? Like, what can I say?
Okay, then. Fuck, if they're chasing after us, or if they're, you know what? I'm gonna kind of turn and gesture to the rest of the group and say, like, you know, kind of back off, you know, like try and hide behind something or whatever. And I will just wave down Lieutenant Flores.
Yeah, okay. Let me roll her cognition just to see how quickly she can. Where's her stat block? It's in this document from last time. There she is. Oh yeah. You start kind of flying down, and then you see the hand come up. And you see as all the riders start slowing their pace as they get close to you. And she kind of pulls out to the front of the group and kind of rides a little bit closer. Mr. Juarez!
Senora Flores, how are you?
It's been a long night. Where have you been?
A long
You
few.
disappeared.
Topeka did not have anything else for me.
I see. Are you well? You are a long way from both civilization and transport.
I am a traveler, and this is no different than anywhere else I've been. Are you well?
For the most part, it has been a difficult time in Topeka, and I am ready to move on.
Where do you all ride with such urgency?
Clearing the way ahead of the train. Making sure that there is no further trouble.
We were told that the train would not be operational anymore. I'm like very obviously trying to bluff her why I left on foot.
Oh, totally.
Not very obviously, but I mean like to you as the marshal.
Yeah,
that's what I'm gonna do.
I also think we were told that.
I mean, you guys were the official word. The official word was always that the train was going to be out of commission at least until the morning.
Yeah.
Unofficially, you guys know other things, obviously. I mean, also, like, Lieutenant Flores was there when you pulled the dynamite stunt, so she's just going to kind of look at you, and she'll just kind of give you a nod and be like, it turns out the mechanical problem was less of a problem than we were told.
Very good. That is a sad realization.
Are you and your party in need of assistance?
No, I would not say that. I think we will be just fine. Have you gotten reports of anything else on the tracks?
So far, no, but things in Topeka have been a little difficult. There was a murder last night. Unfortunately, a young woman was killed, and let's say unrest has been seeded, especially given the tensions between the northern and southern interests.
Sorry to hear that.
As am I.
Was she a friend of yours?
Oh no, I knew of her, but did not know her. From what I understand, she is one of those girls who makes her way through information, which is a very profitable but also very risky business.
Yes. Well, please don't let me stop you. I wouldn't want to slow you from doing your work.
I appreciate that. Are you sure? We are far from anything, and I do not see you with horses. Can I at least offer you the assistance of sending one of my men back to tell the train to, perhaps slow to pick you up?
Yes.
They didn't sell our sleeper car, did they?
Are the rest of you guys like actively hiding behind the rock outcropping, or are you just being super visible now that this conversation is happening?
I think Leon is definitely like
popping up over, because she's like stopped the soldiers like a few yards off. Like there's some distance, so this is a little bit of a private conversation.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm still very
is-
much just like slumped back against the rock, and every time that Leon pokes over, I'm just gonna elbow him right in the ribs.
Yeah.
Is there a town nearby where we can buy horses, perhaps?
There are there is a I think some of the vaqueros have a encampment about 15 miles up. They may have extra horses. It's not a full true town, but they are very well supplied.
That's wonderful news. I think that I can take it from here. We will manage.
Right, cross the tracks and go northwest. You will probably find them. Do you need any? Tell them I sent you.
He holds up his
You need-
flask. And he hands it to her to refill.
She just takes it and goes, "Do you have any attachment to the flask or just the contents?"
I'd like to keep the flask.
Very well. She unscrews the top of your flask. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out her own and just does a straight, like, pour refill.
One for one, huh? Fuck yeah, my girl.
She kind of gives you another look and is like, "Is there? While I have no doubt in your ability to make fast friends with strangers, because of my position, I hesitate to leave you here alone. Are you sure everything is all right? You are not in any danger?"
Yeah, I think Julio kind of like looks for a second and goes, "Danger, I am used to. An empty flask, however, that is true danger."
The greatest crime ever committed against humanity.
Good luck
Well.
on your hunt.
Same to you. Be careful of the wildlife. Apparently, even the plants can sometimes pose a threat. See?
Por supuesto.
She just waves a forward and keeps riding, and all the rest of the horsemen just kind of blitz past.
Okay, so then I'll go back and translate this,
Yeah,
inform the whole team there. That one.
yeah.
Wait.
Leon and Claude have been kind of spying. Constance has basically been pressed as flat up against the rock as low down as she can because she's super recognizable and wasn't sure where this was going.
Wait, so let me get this straight. We turned down a ride so
We're-
you could top off your flask.
We're not getting back our sleeper car?
I think Julio turns and looks and then takes a long look at Constance and says at your own risk, maybe you could stop the train for all I care, but I will not put anybody else on that train at risk.
I mean, y'all have seen how well I get along with horses, so it's not my preference, but I do respect that no one else on that train has entered into a contract under my bullshit. So, no reason to put them through it, I guess.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just yank the wire out of the plunger box, and I'll just go ahead and throw the plunger box at Leon and be like, "Thinks fast."
Okay, let's see. That's what is that? Is that a deafness or a nimbleness? Sleight of hand? I'm ready to
That's-
I want to show you the fuck up. Let's go.
That is gonna be a raw deftness
Oh,
since
hell
there's no catching.
That's a 7.
Yeah, you're able to catch it. It's kind of heavy, so it thuds into your
Oh,
chest a
yeah.
little bit, but you successfully catch it.
You can plunge it if you want. You feel like the one that's always wanted to do that. And I'll just start wrapping up my wire, hand over arm again, and I'll go recollect my 3 sticks of dynamite.
Yeah. I definitely like grab it and just like, shh. Okay, here you go.
No, I think you're carrying that now.
Like I said, this is one more way that I might be able to save your life. How many plungers does Claude have?
I have the one. So as soon as I'm back with the wire and the dynamite, I'll just come over and like look at you like, where's my box? Into the backpack.
You see Constance like reach into her bag and pull out the little jar of that's now about half full of whiskey, and she looks at it super longingly, like she really wants to chug the rest, but then she ends up just tucking it back in her satchel as she gets up.
I'll go ahead and just because I know the plunger can create a spark. Before I put it back, I'm just gonna go ahead and put a cigar in my mouth and just go ahead and light my cigar off the plunger and put it back. And I'll go ahead and take a rolled out cigarette and offer it to Constance if she wants it. I don't know if this will help any, but
I'll at least pretend. I don't feel it anymore, but you know, old habits.
busy hands.
Heaven forbid the devil make more of a playground of my life.
Julio, you said there was a place we'd get horses down the way?
An encampment of vaqueros is just north of here. We'll talk to them.
Yeah, I'm sure they're reputable horse equestrian vendors. Great.
What, 15 miles at a Leon's pace? We'll get there in what, 4 hours?
I mean, I don't mean to be a bother, but you do recall that I'm on a bit of a timetable of needing to find my sister before something terrible happens to her, or somebody else figures out that I am technically no longer of this world. Yes?
It's not lost on me.
A small detour to get horses faster is time ventured for time gained.
No, I fully support being able to move faster than Leon's pace was my only point.
Fair
Shall
enough.
we?
Yeah, Leon, you look like you're in need of a good jog, and I'll start jogging at his max pace.
So you're walking.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, you are power walking, and then I am. Yeah, I could go faster.
Please, by all means. I was just like standing there watching this start to happen while she smokes.
You guys coming? Let's go.
I'll catch up. Mr. Juarez? Smoke?
No, thank you.
Come on, Leon, eye on the prize. That's not the heart of the champion. I will start actually doing a couple of circles around him if he's like looking back.
Is she about to do a thing?
I think she's enjoying her smoke before she goes on a slow jog. But I think
no!
we're gonna
No!
get you into shape.
No! I want to see this. So this is. I want to see it. So I will keep up this ruse, and I just keep going. And I say that under my breath to Claude.
Tell you what, you want to race? Got $100 on it.
Nope.
All right.
Look, there. A wise man once told me, know when to fold them. And I don't even know how to play poker.
Right.
Oh my god. So many things about Leon, just explain.
He thinks he met Kenny Loggins, who hasn't been born yet.
Thinks
fine,
knows.
He already invented hipsters, and we've written at least 2 books that aren't actually written till the Victorian era, so...
I have alluded to topics that will be written soon.
Yeah.
and have their basis in the olden times anyway. We're fine.
Yeah, you're perfect. No, Constance is gonna kind of hang back, and she's just gonna kind of like sidle up to Julio and just kind of look at him and be like, I do appreciate your help, Mr. Juarez. I do hope you understand that. You are rightfully wary. If there's anything I can do to alleviate your concern.
And then he looks at her. Does the agency know of your condition?
A select few who I felt I could trust. My hope was to settle matters, disappear for a bit, see if I could get it under control. If I can, I shall return, as some before me have, and if I could not, well then, no loss to them or myself.
They would label you a traitor.
Only if I told their secrets. And besides, what are they gonna do? I'm already dead.
Right. That's, I think, when he pulls out the book and he just starts taking some notes down, just like about, like, you know, does the mental, like, identity of the Herod change? Do they think and talk the same way?
No, she sees you're taking notes. She doesn't try to, like, snoop on that or whatever, but she does kind of lean in real close to your ear and just kind of whisper, there are a few who literally conquer their demons. The agency puts them to good use. She pulls back, she gives you a little wink, and she starts jogging after Claude and Leon.
I hate that. Okay.
What, you don't like cryptic messages from your creepy undead boss?
No, not at all.
Weird.
Yeah, okay, that I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna leave it alone. I got what I needed out of her today, anyway, from that conversation.
Cool. Yeah, y'all set off on a nice jog up to try to find the Vaquero encampment, which you indeed, after you move along for a while, I'm gonna say, I have to look at this. Let me roll a die, because that's how I make all my decisions in this game. Hello. Everybody is gonna take 2 more wind. Leon's gonna take 3 because Claude's pushing him.
And that's on top of the 2 wind we had from earlier, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
You have not had enough of a rest yet. Oh, forgot about that. That's fine. Doesn't matter that much. Constance technically is also wounded, but that's just for me to track, not you guys.
I
It's
don't
not
think I saw that
foreboding at
happen.
all.
She did get bit in the arm in the fight with the ghoul, but
It's been like an hour or 2 now or it's been multiple hours.
it's been overnight essentially.
Yeah.
The fight happened at like 11 p.m. midnight last night, and it was dawn when you guys emerged. So
On my nice morning jog, do I get the sense of anything in my system as I get my blood pumping and taking in all the fresh air?
I mean, shit hurts. Like, you're clearly not in great condition. You are probably pushing yourself a little more than is really safe.
No, I'm not.
But also, like, but at the same time, like, that's considering how badly hurt you were at the end of the fight, like, you are shocked at how much of a problem it's not being for you to push yourself like this. You're not getting any, like, particularly weird, like nothing feels wrong or foreign about your body other than the fact that you're hurt, but like you've been blown up by dynamite before at least once. Like, you've been badly injured before.
If anything, the only thing that feels weird is how good I feel considering how bad I felt earlier.
Yes, that's probably the weirdest thing, is like you feel like you should be in more pain than you are by this point, and you're not.
All right.
Love that.
Yeah, it's kind of surreal. But yeah, as you guys are running along, you start to see kind of a makeshift fence line. It's super minimal. It's not even like fully connected. There's big gaps and stuff, but you see kind of the semblance of like a very like rudimentary fence line that's creating sort of a like pen situation. It may just be as simple as like territory markers. And you can start to see cattle grazing in there as you run up. Everybody make me something.
I got that button. The something button.
I will
As you
craft
wish,
a crane
it-
of flowers.
I think it's gonna. I keep trying to come up with other fun things aside from cognition, but I think it's just got to be
Mad science.
Ooh, let's do that
Obviously,
science.
I know you guys have tons of points in that since none of you were allowed to take specialty. You've got tinkering. I know that, Leon. Yeah, everybody make me cognition. We'll just basically do this as a who notices first.
I got an 11.
I got a
9.
1. 3 if it's site based, but it's not a bust.
Hooray. Leon and Julio, you guys quickly are able to like do the scan and be like, cow, 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 cowboy on a horse. There's a human. Claude, I think you're probably just a little distracted by like how invigorating this jog was, considering that last night you nearly died.
Yeah, I think as soon as I get to the fence, I'll just kind of prop up on it, and it feels like a bit of time for some chew. I'm breathing nice. I don't need to be smoking, so yeah, I'll just grab some chewing tobacco from one of my pouches and pop that in my mouth.
Yep. Yeah, Constance kind of just pulls up near you and kind of waits to see what's gonna happen. She's a little out of her element on this situation.
I look over at Julio.
And then I walk up and I'm like, Senor?
Can I help you? Just big burly Mexican dude on a horse. Doesn't seem particularly threatening. Definitely like does the hand tuck that reveals the pistol. Like
We're
doesn't
looking
reach
to buy
for it,
some
just shows it.
horses.
Horses.
Yes. 4, if you can spare them. 3, and the tiny one will ride uncomfortably.
Are you talking about the woman or that one? He points at Leon.
100% gestures to, like, doesn't gesture to Leon. He just goes,
Right.
Once I finally notice that a conversation has started, I'll just go ahead and shout out like, "We could use a cart too, if available."
Are you are looking to borrow or buy?
bye.
You're an interesting group to be out here so far with no transport. Did something happen?
Do you ask all people who cross your path why their trouble has taken them down a certain route?
Generally, yes. Most of them are trying to rustle my cattle.
Well, we were on a train that broke down. He says, like, 100% like, all right, well, I mean, if you're really asking, sure, yeah.
Give me, I don't know, a bluff, a persuade, something in the mean category.
Animal wrangling.
Yeah. Wrangle his animal for him.
I'm not sure what you got stats in, so pick whatever is good for you. He
Okay, can I ask a question before you do this?
Absolutely.
How the fuck do I get a modifier for persuasion? Because right now I just have 3 plus 0.
It has to.
There's
so
an edge that I think can give it to you called the voice.
Okay.
Or random things. Yeah, but like on
At
our
this point, I'm
sheets,
just really lucky, but honestly, nothing, right?
I mean, there
Okay, yeah.
there are ways to do it with just point by stuff or with edges.
Okay.
I think up to this point, like, because if you've got a 3 in persuasion, just give me a base mean roll.
Oh, I mean, I rolled
Oh.
a 3 in persuasion. I rolled a 3.
Yeah,
No, I
and-
know, yeah, but
But
I
also,
want-
like,
I want to see the
persuasion
difference.
modifiers is like buying another dice. Like, that's your modifier. You would, like, use your bounty to buy another dice. And, like, that's how you get your modifier.
Right, because
Okay.
what the reason why I said go ahead and give me a just a base mean roll is because I believe what that should be is that's your level, and then you should be rolling. It should be rolling you 3d10 as your persuasion. So
It did.
because your base is 10.
It did.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
that's-
just wondering, like, the question of how I get an additional modifier was what I was
Yeah.
getting to.
Yeah.
Flat
Brownie
bonus
points.
numbers are pretty hard to come by in this game, other than from edges. Or if you get something to a D12, you can actually upgrade it, and it becomes a D12 plus 2, I think, or D12
Yes.
plus 1.
Yeah.
No. Great. No, this system's a little tricky for figuring some of that out. So
That's also
totally
what makes
valid
it
question.
kind of brutal. You could have 12 dice and you can still roll a 1.
And
Yeah.
like to be fair, 90% of you are playing just normal ass humans with normal ass human skills, and then occasionally you have a creepy undead employer who's got weird supernatural bullshit happening.
Dude,
Shrugs.
whatever. She's got money. She can do whatever she wants.
She has a lot of money. That is true. Yeah, no, guy kind of the guy on the horse kind of like looks at you and kind of narrows his eyes a little bit and is like, "All right, you have asked about my horses and not my cattle, so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I do not know that I have 4 to spare, but I may be able to give you 1 or 2 in a cart. You have money?
Name your price.
$1,000.
Julio turns
Audibly.
over to Constance and kind of gives her like a fuck.
Constance kind of looks at him and goes, 500 and a kiss to write home about? I'm gonna roll her persuasion. Or her, yeah. Let's see if she does any better. He kind of looks, is like, Senora?
400 and I won't kiss you.
Constance like pats your shoulder and just kind of goes over, joins Julio. I'm sure we can work something out. Forgive me, I'm the bank. You have horses and a cart? We will take them. He gives you all a once over. You're definitely watching this guy's thought process of, dear God, what is happening with this combination? And then he just goes, wait here. Rides off. And you can kind of see in the distance there seems to be some sort of little, like, encampment area that's set up. It looks like it's just straight up, like, tents and campfires. It's not even fully settled or anything. Constance just kind of, like, leans back again. It's just like, I'll give him this much. Men are all the same, no matter where you go.
We could have just killed them all.
What would the point of that be? Drawing more attention to ourselves?
I've already
I'm
made it
sure
clear
a
I don't
woman
do
with
that
3
word.
strange-looking men and $400, $500 is not drawing attention to ourselves.
Look, out here in the middle of nowhere, we can ride off and get out of here before they have a chance to talk to anyone about us. I'm less worried about them than I'm about on whatever's waiting on the other side of things.
Also, if they're, constantly worrying about cattle rustlers, punishment for cattle rustling is hanging, so they've probably had to fend off, quite a few psychopaths that are willing to risk the noose. That's not a gamble I want to take.
And as much as I am an excellent shot, I don't really care to leave all these poor defenseless cattle unattended, given the option.
I also don't have a mark on how many vaqueros we're dealing with.
That is a fair point. Could be just him, could be 25 of them. I don't have that many bullets easily loadable in my weapons. Unfortunately, I left my Gatling gun in Chicago. You are not sure if she means that as a joke or not.
Good.
Do you actually have one? I've heard about those.
I mean, I have fired one before. I would have to acquisition it from my employers if I actually needed it.
Leon, I hope you never find out what a Gatling gun sounds like.
I can imagine it. It's
Yeah.
glorious.
It ain't.
Why on earth did you ever leave the army? You are custom made for it, my boy.
Leon's face just like suddenly just goes kind of like stony, and he looks away. I think you fucking know why I left the army. Look in your fucking file. And he
I've
just
read the fucking file.
He just walks away.
Touchy, that one. Does he need a woman's touch, or he's just mad because Claude keeps rebuffing his advances?
Fuck you! I yell.
That gets a genuine chuckle out of Claude.
About 10 minutes later, the Carol, who you originally spoke to, comes back and is like, $400, 2 horses, 1 cart, 10 minutes with that one. Points at Constance. She's just like, very well. You boys have a smoke awake here?
Just one request: don't do it in the cart. And yeah, I'll go ahead and light up 3 cigars, and I'll just hand them out.
Jesus.
I think Julio's got a little bit too much honor for this, but he probably like looks at Constance and goes, "You know where we'll be if you need us." And then he remembers that she's like harrowed, and he kind of goes, "Oh fuck." And then
Leon is
walks
laughing
away.
all the way to the cigar. Like, that dude is fucked.
In more ways than one.
Oh, yeah.
It's not transmittable. Like, it's fine.
It's great. Constance, like, how would this work? No, what probably happens
Other
is,
side of the cart.
no, he reaches down to, like, help her up into the back of his horse, and his horse loses its shit and tries to buck him. Because she's gotten too close, and she's like, I'm terribly sorry about that. I will meet you there in just a moment. She turns back and, like, winks at Julio, and just starts, like, trotting off that direction. It's literally, like, less than 5 minutes before you see a cart drawn by 2 horses being driven back towards you with Constance behind. Like, they're all the same.
Oh, I'm not gonna ask questions.
Oh, I mean, she will immediately just be like, nothing happened.
I know that. Is he alive?
He's- What kind of woman do you take me for, Mr. Juarez?
The violent tap, I think, is what he was alluding to.
The kind that seduces people and then kills them for her job.
You made
Yes,
it clear that you're at
and this
war
is not
with
my
your
job.
demon.
My demon has
I'm not
no
taking you
interest
for a
in
violent
this.
person. I'm taking your demon for a violent.
Oh,
individual.
the spirit with whom I am in an unfortunate relationship at the moment has no particular interest in straight up murder, just general chaos. And I can sow enough of that by kissing a couple handkerchiefs and tucking them into gentlemen's pockets for their next lovers to find. Not that hard. How do you think I seduced my way through half the Confederacy?
Cleavage.
Yes, primarily that. It's very distracting, especially if you know what? We can deal with this
Oh.
another time.
Looks like some fine horses, and yeah, I'm just gonna go like inspect the reins, do all the general like teamster stuff to make sure that like I can control the cart easily, and whoever drove it over, I'll be like, I wish I could offer you a ride, but
Oh,
we're in a bit
it
of a
was just
hurry."
Constance.
Oh, it was just
Constance brought it over
Constance?
herself. Yeah.
Oh, I'm impressed because I thought the horses would not do anything.
Oh,
with her.
they're not happy, but
Yeah.
the distance from her being on the cart versus trying to actively ride them,
Mm-hmm.
is enough that she's able to like handle it.
Got it. In that case, then I'll just work on calming the horses a little bit and make sure they see me taking the reins, give them whatever leftover sugar cubes I have from the previous horses. Maybe give them some of the like dried vegetables or fruit that we may have gotten.
Yeah, you're very easily able to win over these horses.
I'm hopping in that cart.
Yep. As soon as Claude kind of takes over, Constance kind of like moves to the back just to create a little more distance.
Julio, I think that leaves you riding shotgun. Raffle if you want it.
Julio just like pats his two holsters and sets up in front.
And you are off.
Yeah!
Indeed.
Then I'll see you in health.
I believe the plan is for you to head to Dodge City, which would be the next rail station along the way. So that is where you are going to go. You're going to be on this cart for a minute, but you'll have some drive time so everyone can recover all of their lost wind.
Nice.
And we're going to say, if I did my math correctly, which is probably wrong, but I don't really care because it's a game. We're gonna say that you guys are able to pull into Dodge City like late tonight, like 9:30 p.m. tonight. If you guys just ride or just drive all day.
Yeah, I think it's a ride on through, and I actually have a pound of coffee beans. So pretty much as soon as the sun goes down, I'm gonna just like reach in and like rummage through my bag. I'm gonna like give the reins over to Exum for a little bit, and I'm just gonna grab just a handful of coffee beans and just straight shove them in my mouth and just chew them. And like halfway through crunching on all of those beans, I'm also gonna just take a little bit of tobacco and put it in there too.
Yeah, right around this point, Constance is just gonna be like, oh, Sugar, you all right there?
I've done all-nighters before. Oh, sorry. I run all-nighters before. That's fine.
That wasn't my question, but all right. I trust your judgment, I guess.
You're welcome. I'm trying to get the down.
Appreciate it. We're going to time lapse and do a quick hand wave, but if there's any conversations that anybody wants to broach while you're riding, let me know and we can discuss any of that. Otherwise, we're just going to awkwardly ride in silence all the way to Dodge City. I'm fine either way.
Yeah.
I'm happy to hand wave it, but I think if Julio is riding shotgun, I will just interrogate him about why he thinks he's good for my sister.
Oh, first question, Julio pulls out the whiskey, cracks it open, and hands it over to him.
I'm driving.
He says, "You're less." And he just starts drinking it.
Oh my god.
No problem. No problem. I do not mind this.
My sister's not a fan of the ones that are a fan of the sauce. You might have to quit that habit.
For a woman, you're like your sister. I will change any habit she asks. But if that's true, why have you not stopped smoking?
I'm not trying to sleep with my sister.
Got him.
Well, she does have an imposing will, doesn't she?
She's got a sharp mind. She'll nothing gets by her. If you're taking the whiskey too often, it's gonna dull your mind, and if you got a dull mind, you ain't got a shot in hell with my sister.
You could do worse.
Yeah, I hear Leon's still.
You hear that? The undead says I could do worse.
Yeah, Julio, I could be trying to sleep with his sister.
I think
like
both of us turn and look at him and go.
Yeah, even Constance just starts laughing. Yeah, you guys can banter about that all the way to Dodge City. Welcome to Dodge City. Dodge City is a scary place. It's like Topeka on steroids because that's how I modeled Topeka. It
was
is
a really weak version of Dodge City.
Yes, that is in fact how I did it, based
Love it.
on geographical location. Yeah, Dodge City, like most of Kansas, is a weird and frustrating mixture of Union and Confederate loyalties, kind of like mixed in with some of the native tribes trying to just do their trade and not get screwed over. It's constant navigation of who are you talking to and why are they here. The Union has a little more theoretical control because they are the ones to whom the current sheriff of Dodge City is aligned. However, you never really know where true loyalties lie, and a lot of times money talks more than any sort of moral compunction. One of the most notable things about Dodge City is that the current marshal, whose name I'm trying to double check, Larry Deeger,
Larry.
has enacted a very specific kind of gun law, where in order to enter Dodge City, you have to go check all of your weapons at the marshal station. You leave them when you arrive, you check them out when you leave, and this is a way to try to keep things a little more peaceable in this incredibly conflicted town. This also results in a really hilarious side effect of the gambling underground in Dodge City, where your gun slips
cheaters
your gun slips are as much currency as your actual currency are, because you don't have to worry about a gun being accepted at a bank that ascribes to a different loyalty than your cash does. So, makes it real interesting.
So it looks like we're heading to the marshals. I mean, if we're looking to have a low profile, I don't think trying to run guns through town is going to be the best bet.
Leon, like, slowly, you can see he's like, his hand is like halfway done, like packing his gun like down his pants. He's like, so you really want to give up the guns?
I have no qualms about giving up my guns, but
well,
unlike the rest of you, I have certain other abilities to call on.
Yeah, the gun is the least dangerous thing on my person.
Fair enough.
Well, that must be nice.
Julio looks at him like, a gun is the most dangerous thing on my person.
Yeah.
Mr. Juarez, please do not underestimate your ability to charm those around you.
I said dangerous, senora.
We should... No, maybe we shouldn't talk. Never mind.
Claude just chuckles at like the weird classroom scene that like ran across his mind of seduction between the two of them.
Julio looks at Leon and goes, well, you're pretty close to a criminal. What would you do?
Leon finishes fucking concealing his weapons in his pants. Look, somebody's got to be able to save your fucking life, Claude. I got you.
Yeah, I think I got me.
Just to be clear, I'm not bailing anyone out of jail who gets arrested on a gun charge. I will not force any of you to turn your weapons in, but I will not help you if that is the reason you get caught.
There's also no way that we ride into town on a horse and buggy that doesn't even have a roof, and we don't turn in guns, so I'm turning in mine. Anyone's welcome to join me.
All right. Leon takes his revolver out of his pocket. Yeah, okay, yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm. Well, Mr. Fox, you are driving. If you could just take us up to the marshals, I believe it is that building right there. And she points to a building that has U.S. Marshals stenciled across the front of the facade.
Gee, I don't think that's it.
That looks like it. Yeah, I'll go ahead and pull them up, tie up the horses, and happily gather up the firearms. I'm like, I'm happy to do this small errand. I think we should, I think you're due for arrest, milady.
We are certainly getting close. Are you sure you're all right? I would certainly like you to see a doctor before we proceed much further.
That's if I go under the scalpel, that's going to add a day or two to your timeline, and I'm more worried about your sister than my abdomen. So I'm happy to press on.
It's certainly your call. We will certainly at least be here overnight, as my witching hour quickly approaches. Unfortunately, if you will see to the guns, I will see about providing us lodgings, and then, as per usual, the rest of the night is yours to do with as you will.
Sounds good. If I can find a quick and easy doc to maybe tend to my wounds, I'm happy to do so. But I'm not going to let it impact our timeline.
Much appreciated.
So I'm going to turn in my rifle, her pistol,
Leon's revolver.
a revolver from Leon.
It'll actually be a pistol and a.
And I'll hand you both my guns, the
Yeah.
Colt and the Derringer.
Constance will give you her pistol and her rifle as well.
So 5 pistols, 1 rifle. I'll go ahead and wink at Leon.
Yeah, four pistols, 2 rifles. Constance carries a pistol and a rifle. As does,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Great.
She just hasn't had to use the rifle yet.
Fair enough. Yeah, and I'll head on in with all of those. And I'll have a conversation with the marshal and or the marshal's secretary about getting these checked and properly cataloged, and I will go ahead and inquire about trade tools if they also need to be checked while in town.
There is a slightly, pimply teenage boy who seems to have gotten drawn the short straw for night shift. He takes all the guns and fills out all the paperwork very cleanly, gives you all the slips. It's a separate claim slip for each weapon, so you can distribute those back to the weapon's original owners. And when you inquire about trade tools, he's just kind of like, I'm not sure. The only instructions I've been given are specifically about firearms. I can certainly check. Well, David's not going to be in until the morning, and as long as you ain't planning to cause any trouble or nothing, then I don't see why you'd need to check anything else. The guns are specifically the law. So, is
Just
there
want to make
something?
sure I fully understand. I'm not from around here, so I'm not going to claim I'm an expert in local law. So I appreciate your due diligence. Excellent penmanship here on these forms. I appreciate the individual slips. Looks like you also have a copy there. So much obliged. You're quite good at your craft. I mean, why are you on the night shift? You should be there on the day shift. You're putting in good work.
Oh, it's really just like a seniority thing. I'm fairly new to this. It's the penmanship. Guys make fun of me a lot for it, but my sister was real big on education. She wanted me to, make something of myself, which, I wish she'd have sent me back to Massachusetts, but, that's neither here nor there.
Hey there, sir. Stick with it. I decided books weren't for me. I had a smart mind, and I put what I knew how to the real test, and didn't do the best in my outcome in life. But my sister, she's the brains of the family. She's also the most successful, and all she does is push papers. So there ain't nothing wrong in a good day's work.
Hey, I make enough for my drink and my smokes and an occasional night down at the down with the fancy ladies, and that's all I can ask for, sir.
You a smoking man? You got any local cigars?
Let me give it a check. And he rifles through a drawer and comes up with a couple of cigars that seem to be some sort of semi-homemade thing. He's like, yeah, well, one of the guys rolls these up himself.
Happy to do a 1-for-1. And I'll go ahead and pull out one of the cigars I got back from Indiana and happily do a trade with him.
Sure. Yep, he will totally trade you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Keep up the good work. And I'll just immediately light it and then walk out.
Perfect. Yep. I assume Julio and Leon stayed with the cart?
Yep. Yeah, I'm making sure nobody's taking
Actually,
our ride.
I think Julio went with Constance.
Okay. Yeah, she just goes a little bit further up the block, finds a like reasonable hotel. Looks kind of looks at Julio and then looks at the guy and is like, 4 rooms, 4 rooms. And books you guys 4 rooms that are sort of in a quad. Up on the 2nd floor. Turns around to Julio, hands you a key, thinks better of it, hands you 3 keys. I'll let you distribute this to the rest of your compatriots, yes?
That sounds good.
Excellent. Are you all in need of petty cash for the evening, presume?
Yes.
How much would you like?
What's petty cash? I'll say 60 each.
Yep. She'll pull up. I'll leave it to your discretion how you distribute this. Gives you $180. And a little nod and a wink. I will be in room 7. It appears that one of you will be next to me, the other 2 across the way. I am going to go take a very long bath and deal with my little beauty rest. But if anything comes up, feel free to knock.
Very well, thank you, Senator.
Of course.
Julio walks away, almost like confused. Like, what the fuck? Okay. And then walks to go find Leon.
Just for reference, $160 would be
$180.
Oh, $180. God. So if we're just breaking it down for good stuff, of a bottle of liquor would be $5.
Yeah,
so
that's a lot of money.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's been the running joke this whole time, is that like a normal
Yes.
like beer is 50 cents and you guys are
Julio
paying like
tips
$10
$5
bills.
for a beer.
Yeah.
to be fair, we are also having 20 beers a night.
That's true.
So
Right, 50
Yeah.
cents at 20 beers is what? $10 still? Right?
$10, yeah.
Yeah, so Julio will go out and find Leon and hand him $20 and say, "Your petty cash for the evening."
Yo, did she
And then we'll
hey, you're short 29 on this one. I think you still owe me from even though she died, the Maggie incident. 29 short.
I have
Okay.
no idea what this is in reference to, but it is hilarious.
And so I will pull another 30 and hand it to him, and then I will say, "Now you owe me one."
So, and I hand him $1. We're square now.
Julio, very, very not slyly at all, takes the additional 10 that should have been Leon's and just puts it into his vest and like keeps walking away.
Wait.
to find
I mean,
find Claude.
I would just be like, you're being smug. I don't know how much money she gave you in total. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
Like for all I know, she gave you $60. That's
Yeah.
you know,
You probably just assumed that he took $10 from me.
exactly. Well, I mean, I also know that he has money.
Yeah.
Yeah, so do you.
Yeah, but 29 of that money was owed to me by him.
I think I'm just
Claude at the marshal's office. Right, that's where we are.
I was at the
Um,
marshal's
Where you
office,
went?
and then I would have headed to the hotel to hopefully have the hotel check our horses for
Yes.
the night.
I was gonna say the hotel will
okay, so
will
then-
also stable your horses. So.
Yep.
Okay, so then I'll hand him 60.
Hey,
Slyly.
No.
You can
I'll
do-
hand him 60 outright, And then I'll look to him and I'll look to Leon and go, "Come on, we're going to find where to gamble." And drink.
No.
And then I will walk away.
I'll
100%.
take that from Constance, but I will not take that from you. Give me that more $40.
Or I mean, I think this is a bit extravagant for spending cash, but I did sponsor him gambling the first night. So if money came extra to me, we have our own history. You can't just assume that. I mean, I assume you have debts that need to be paid, or
Look, I just assumed that we were equal parts of this contract. And I just don't feel like I'm being
That's
treated like that right
that's
now.
a bold consumption. I mean, do you not think that maybe I was given hazard pay for the wounds I took while protecting our, clientele boss? Yeah, you don't know how much money is in his pocket.
Look, that's just all that I'm saying is that I just am feeling like I'm not an equal part of this group right now.
Tell you what, I'll buy you the first round and we'll call it even. That's my money. You can take up your own thing with him, but if you think you've been cheated out of money, I will happily share my profits with you.
I mean, look, I really appreciate the drink. I do. But I just, and Julio, I just wish that we could be equals in this endeavor. I really do.
Tell you what, you start telling the truth, and maybe that'll happen one day.
The truth should start with the lie about being equals, as Julio continues to walk away.
Smart man. Y'all go ahead. I gotta go see a man about a horse.
He said the thing.
That's it. We've peaked. Stream's
Yep.
over.
Done.
Yeah. Nailed it.
All right. Julio, you were looking for a place to gamble, drink, and smoke?
To gamble.
I'm going
Gamble
to fucking
specific.
Harry's.
Whoa. You're not welcome there.
Well, but this isn't Chicago Harry. And it's not New York Harry, where he's definitely not welcome.
And
Or New
it's
Jersey
not-
Harry, where he is not welcome.
And it's not Topeka Harry, where they think you guys might have killed Maggie. So, yeah, you've got Hoover's Liquor and Saloon. You've got the Lady Gay Dance Hall. You've got the Lone Star Saloon. You've got the Long Branch Saloon. You've got the Occidental Saloon. You've got the Varieties Dance Hall. And for those of you who... Oh, you've got the Alamo Saloon. You've got the Alhambra Saloon. And if you want to get sassy, you've got the Wild Irish Roses, which, you're right, is the House of Ill Repute.
Where's Harry's?
And also Harry's, which I will just insert into this pre-generated map that actually exists for
What?
Dodge City.
Thank you.
What was it? The Long Ladies?
The Irish.
Which one? There's like a dozen different saloons and taverns that you can go to.
Lone Star, Hoover's, and the Irish Rose sounded like my sort of establishments.
I could venture into the Lone Star, or there was one about Pine, the Wayward Pine. What was it?
I think that's from a previous game. We've got so many freaking saloons in this particular
You
town.
rattled them all off so quickly, really.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I couldn't even write one down. It was so fast.
It's because I'm actually reading them off of an existing list of times. So, the bars in this town are the Alamo, the Alhambra, Hoover's, Lady Gay's
Which should
Dance
be Harry.
Hall. Sure, we'll just make Hoover's Harry's. That's fine.
Harry Hoover's.
Harry Hoover's. The Lone Star,
Yikes.
the Long Branch, the Occidental, because
The
we're
Long
only
Branch is what I was thinking.
yeah. And then I pointed out that there is the Varieties Dance Hall, which along with Lady Gay's Dance Hall is where you can get a certain kind of company, and then there's the Wild Irish Roses where you can get a certain kind of company.
Irish company. It's an Irish bar.
Yeah. Also, more specifically, the dance halls are there for dancing, you perverts.
Yeah.
The Wild Irish Roses is for other things.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought.
Yeah, obviously.
That's where you catch the vaudeville show.
That would be the Varieties Dance Hall.
vaudeville?
The vaudeville.
Big these times.
Yeah. None of this really matters. Just pick a name so that I know what to put in my notes for where you guys went, so that when this inevitably goes south, I know which place you're banned from.
Ha. I'll meet you at the Long Branch.
Okay,
Yeah, no,
at the Long
sounds,
Branch.
sounds good.
Yeah, I'll let them get started. I'm gonna go for a jog to try and find anywhere that's still open that might have additional horses for our carriage.
Yeah.
Julio
there's
grabs Leon and immediately starts heading towards the Irish Rose.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Because he's not looking for fucking chump gambling. He's looking for the real gambling. And the real gambling is with the scuzzy people. And the scuzzy people are probably at the fucking Irish Rose.
Solid. I'm double checking the actual list here of where the scuzzy gambling actually is. Because I know it's on here, I just have to double check which place.
Yeah. Also, to be honest,
the
I was
people at the
definitely
Wild
gonna go to
Irish
the Rose.
Would know where the scuzzy gambling
They'll be able to
is
tell you,
if it's
absolutely.
not there.
The reason why I wanted to go to the Irish Rose is to see if I could find any of my railway buddies there, buy them a drink, and then leave. Because if they're anywhere, they're at the Irish Rose.
Right.
Excellent. Cool. Yep. Claude, you, with the amount of time that everything has gone, you are easily able to just like show up at the hotel, meet up with everybody else, ask the guys to stable the horses. They're like, "We'll take care of it," and a couple of dudes run out to grab them and stable them out back. And you guys,
I
can
would
all
just like
head
to
together.
inquire. I would just like to inquire if I can get additional horses for our cart. I know that if I can get 2 more horses, it's gonna increase our speed by another 20-30%, and if I can get a total of 4 more horses, and if they just give me a name for someone I can talk to first thing in the morning, that's fine too. But
you can inquire at Bell's Livery first thing in the morning.
great.
They will let you know. Yeah. If y'all want to head to the Wild Irish Roses, yep, there's a bunch of dudes hanging out in a parlor down below waiting for their numbers to get called. Claude, roll me a d6.
Done. 6.
Yeah, you definitely recognize at least 2 dudes who are hanging out here from your railway days. One of them you know kind of well, one of them you just recognize. They both recognize you immediately, like, "Ah, Second Life! What are you doing here?"
Oh, Big Red, how you doing? Just passing through town.
Big
Thought I
Red.
might see a familiar face. Come on through.
You here to partake? This is the best place in town if you're looking to get a little like,
No, I'm actually on the job, so I'm gonna pass it like usual. But I figured I'd come through, see a familiar face, buy him a drink, pass it forward. I wouldn't have a second life if it wasn't for the crew.
Appreciate it, man. Good to see you. Keep safe. Stay out of trouble. Maybe remember to, light and then throw, yeah?
See, everyone has a different version of that story. I did light and I did throw, but people forget there was the challenge. How many sticks of dynamite could you throw at a time? 12 is what I capped out at that day, and no one seems to want to pay up on that pool still. So,
We remember the important part, which was watching that explosion go down and seeing you walking away from it for at least like 4 or 5 steps before you collapsed on your face. But still, in those 4 or 5 steps, you were a god.
Yeah, I'll take the second life over the God, what was it, like a $50 pool?
Like 43. I don't even think we got to 50. That was a bad night.
Yeah, I'm an optimist, but yeah, no, this round's on me, and I'll just order a straight up bottle, drop a 5 on the counter, take like my like double shooter out of it, and leave the 2 of them in the bottle.
Totally. They will just give you a lot of like, woo, as you leave.
Yeah, pass it on forward. There's more things out there than the rail whenever you're done, you know, if you're lucky to be so. Yeah, other than that, I think I'll just head over to I'll linger in the back actually and sip on probably like a second shot just to see what these two are up to, and I'm gonna get myself an actual drink.
Oh, well then.
Gratuitous
Julio,
timing.
Julio and Leon, are you guys also going to the Wild Irish Roses?
Yes, I will.
I think I am being forced to go there.
I think you are
right
being
now.
forcibly dragged there.
Yes, I think that is the case.
Great. Yeah, you show up. There's a bunch of dudes like hanging out in like the lower parlor, waiting for gals to come down to bring them upstairs.
Julio like makes not a scene, but like a small gesture of like flipping a card, you know, like something that kind of signifies like I'm looking to play like real cards.
Gotcha. Yep. There's one guy, decently well put together. Looks like he might be more of a business type as opposed to like a worker type. Kind of wanders over your way and is just like, so, you a cards man?
I've been known to play a hand or two.
Ah, think you might be in the wrong establishment unless you've got a certain kind of trick you're looking to turn.
Nothing like that. Just a game of cards. But preferably a game of cards with people who can play.
Ah, I understand you. Well, you have any particular proclivities towards whom you win or lose your money from? Because there are certain alliances around town that are more important than other things.
I'm not from here, so whoever is willing to lose their money, that's who I'll play.
And I kind of say, whoever's playing with gold.
Ah, man.
Julio
of
looks at him
distinction.
like, what the fuck are you doing?
Well,
Doesn't say anything, but just kind of like,
I just
providing that you are not in any way a professional at the cards and are simply an enthusiast of sorts, the long branch is probably for you. If you have a particular desire to, if you have a particular desire to play with Johnny Reb, I would recommend the Lone Star. And if Yankee Blue is more your theme, you should inquire at. Where's the correct one? You should inquire at the Alamo.
Johnny Red, Yankee Blue.
Confederate.
Basic Confederate
I
Union.
I know that. I'm like trying to think about where I would want to play.
Wait, and then where was the and then the long branch was the fucking high rollers table.
So basically, the long branch has a specific gambling room, but they strongly enforce that you can't be a professional gambler to be there. So you've got to be able to pass off as just an amateur who happens to be really lucky. Alamo is mostly frequented by Union supporters. Lone Star is mostly frequented by Confederate supporters. There's one other place that specifically has gambling, and I'm trying to double check which one it is.
Harry Hoover's.
It is not. Hoover's is literally just the 7-Eleven. It is the liquor 7-Eleven. Sorry, y'all. This is the Harry who is just like, I don't want my glassware getting stolen. I'm gonna open a corner store instead.
He's heard the tales of a man with black square tattoos stealing cups.
He has the one stool in the corner, so he's technically a bar, and it has that one old guy who's been there every day.
Yeah, no one's even sure if that guy ever leaves or if he just lives on that stool. Yeah, there are a couple of other places where you can gamble, but those are going to be the three big ones that this fine, upstanding gentleman is going to point you
Julio nods at him and turns. Do I know that Claude is there with me?
I would assume you would be able to spot him unless he's trying to be particularly stealthy.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I know I can't be. I think if I overhear it too, I'll just come up and be like, "You don't want to play with Johnny."
Then Julio will say, like, well, do they have money and cards?
They have money, they have cards, and they have a lot of extra stuff.
I mean, I personally do not have any proclivities. I'm just trying to provide information, my good sir. Although
The word up and down the rail is Johnny is a cheat. Man has stolen money from at least 3-4 dozen of my coworkers. Like, for cards, the man has a win streak too long.
I don't mean to contest your experiences, but given the way your fine compatriot here is dressed, he might find that taking Johnny as at a run for his money is much more profitable than to go to the blue.
True, but if you can actually win a hand against Johnny, that's, something to say of just legend. As far as I'm aware, man's a cheat. Like, you're going up against a stacked deck. If you play with him, I would say you hire someone to shuffle the cards for you.
He kind of looks around. Are we talking cards or are we talking knowledge? Because I think I'm perhaps a mite confused.
¿Por qué no los dos? That's actually, I'll say that, but not in Spanish. I'll just say, why not both?
Well, if you're looking for both, then you should certainly hit up the Long Branch. Just, might want to tone down your fancy look and your fancy moves so that they don't think you're a shark. If you get my drift.
Julio, hands Leon a deck of cards, and he goes, how's your shuffle?
Cards everywhere.
Yeah, I was to say, you want to roll me on that one?
No. Oh, no. I mean, I will roll you to
he very much wants to fail.
I will roll you to make it
fine.
look make it really sell it, but I am purposefully failing.
If you're purposely failing, I will just let you purposely fail.
I have a 3d8 sleight of hand. I'm ready to roll this if you want, but I think I can do this.
Roll it just for funsies, because it'll make me excited.
That is a 17.
Oh yeah, you fail as bad as you want.
Oh yeah, and I grab the cards and be like, look, I know this is your favorite deck of cards. I'm going to show you my best.
But somehow
Julio
he's still holding pocket aces.
No.
Julio pulls out a second deck of cards and goes, that's not my favorite deck of cards.
Yeah, look, I'm ready to go win some money.
Well, you boys seem to have a good handle on things.
What's your name, sir?
Oh, you can call me Steven.
And where are you playing cards tonight, Steven?
Unfortunately, my tenure at cards has already ended. I am quite sufficiently won at my tables to spend the rest of my evening here in the companionship, hopefully, of the lovely Katrina, if she ever comes down to get me.
Yes, of course. Katrina. What the fuck that is.
Sounds like a
Julio
nice
turns
night.
Julio turns to Claude and is like, well, I'll trust your judgment. Where would you like to go?
Long Branch is a guaranteed win. Guaranteed fair game.
Lone Star it is. No. So yeah, then we'll go to Long Branch.
Excellent. Yeah, you head over to the Long Branch. You are very quickly able to tell, just kind of scanning what you pass by on your way, that the Long Branch is clearly the nicest place in town. Not like in a bougie way, but just it is the most well kept. It is the most cleaned up. It is clearly a place that takes pride in its appearance.
Leon immediately hates this place.
Claude is immediately happy with the work ethic that has gone here, and I will immediately start up a conversation with the bartender about the cleaning product he uses, and like give him tips that my brother has given me about like, no, you can use pine oil, really get this bar to shine.
Oh, that is good to know. Yeah, there is a. Sorry, I have to scroll. I am on the wrong page. Yeah, there is a bartender named Vic who is very happy to point you in any direction you need, and a hostess named Melanie who will happily take you back to the gambling parlor. There is a whole dedicated room for gambling. It is very nicely kept. There's a couple of Melanie and like one other gal kind of roll through and kind of function as like hostesses, waitresses, bringing stuff to the table so you don't have to keep getting up. It is also within sight of the bar so that you can flag down Vic if you need.
Sorry. Say that one more time.
Certainly. Very well kept bar. You first enter, standard bar, really well kept, really nice. The bartender's name is Vic. He is the one who is now chatting with Claude about cleaning products. And then there is a hostess named Melanie, who will happily take you to the back room that is the gambling parlor. It is also very nicely set up. It is attended by her and one other hostess who will serve you drinks, bring you stuff at your tables, but you are also within sight range of the bar to be able to flag Vic down. If you indicate that you wish to gamble, then Melanie would just be like, of course, come to the back room. Right this way. Will you be looking to start a table or join one?
Okay. I'm gonna go first to Vic, and I'm gonna get my own drink.
Okay, absolutely.
And then with that drink in hand and deck of cards, I'm gonna go up to Melanie, and I will say, "Well, I do appreciate what you do. I would like to just get my own drinks, if that's okay, and join a table."
Certainly, whatever you're most comfortable with. We've got, let's see, it looks like 2 rounds of poker, 1 game of gin rummy, and old Tim's playing solitaire, as per usual. I wish he'd do that in the front room so he doesn't take up one of my tables, but can't ask for everything.
No mahjong, huh?
Oh, no, there's mahjong down at the Occidental if you want to go.
Like, Claude's ears will
I'll
actually pick up at that.
I will join the poker table.
Wait, no, Julio, do you play mahjong? Because I'm happy to sit across from you. Do you know how to play?
So, focus those back to
Does
right
Julio
there.
know how to play?
How much time has Julio spent with the
A long time.
Chinese
Fucking playing
immigrants?
Card games
Yeah.
and games. I don't know about
you-
with Chinese immigrants though. That's the problem.
Yeah, no, I definitely played
I've
mahjong
not
on
really
the
written
railroad.
that piece of history.
I would say it doesn't matter that much. You're a man in black, so you've been around the gambling. You've probably picked it. I don't know that you're like super pro at it, but you
Expert.
probably know the
Yeah,
basics
but-
of it.
Claude is not a big guy for games of chance. He was taught mahjong on the railroad and definitely saw it as a game of skill. And like he will absolutely go play some mahjong if that is on the table.
Yeah, I think Julio will respond with like, I play mahjong, but I don't win mahjong. And then he'll look at Melanie and say, I'll take a game of poker though.
I'd go for the back corner. They seem to have a seat available.
All right, I'll walk to the back corner.
Yep, there's a game that is getting ready to play back there. There's there's 2 other people already at the table, and there's a dealer. You're not sure if the dealer is like a house dealer or if they're just the person who first started the game.
Okay, I was gonna say this anyway, but I would like to watch a few hands. I would like to just observe.
Absolutely. Yeah. Go ahead and give me. To see if there's
Streetwise.
I mean, scrutinize is the obvious one, but like I would make you gambling would also make sense since you are planning to do that. Or
I'll take whatever you tell me.
Between gambling and scrutinize, take whatever you've got the better modifiers in.
Yikes.
That sucked. Well, I took gambling.
Yeah.
What'd you get?
I got a 4.
4. It's like you can kind of sit nearby, sip your drink, kind of watch a couple hands. It's hard to get a read on these folks. The guy who is dealing definitely seems, if he's not like with the house, he's at least a regular. He's definitely got kind of a rhythm and a plan to it. The 2 people who are sitting at the table already play the first couple of hands that you get to watch, and everything seems pretty straightforward.
Okay. I'll sit down and play then.
Okay. You want to just do this as 5-card draw?
Sure.
Okay.
Let me open up a quick little fucking poker hands thing.
Yep. Same, because as we've already established, I'm terrible at poker.
Are you guys drawing from the same deck?
I will, yes.
Okay. I was like, wait a minute. You both come out with 4 aces. This is going to be really funny.
I mean, I could draw from a different deck just so that we can have a contestation about who's cheating, but, like, let's make it fair-ish.
Fair enough.
I definitely had the poker hands thing drawn up from a previous game, and now I don't have it anymore. My bad. All right.
Oh, shit. Okay. And then are we discarding one and redrawing, or just one 5-card draw?
Let's do you can discard one and redraw. Just to keep things honest, I will declare that while I am drawing for 2 people, I am doing it as first 5, second 5, regardless. So.
Yep.
Okay.
And for people in chat, we are actually using a deck on Roll20. They are playing poker.
Yes, we were playing from the same deck. Good. All right.
I have a 3 of a kind with 3s.
She's like, I can see your hand. I know.
I actually intentionally didn't look to keep this above board. I'm double checking, but I don't think any of my folks have anything that beats that, as everyone just abandons us while we play poker with each other. Fine, I'm taking the next pee break. Screw all of you. The gentleman folds, and the woman kind of gives you a look. It's like, how's your hand?
Julio says it would be rude to talk cards instead before I asked you how you were doing.
Well, I think my streak may be over. That's all right.
Just one hand is all it takes, huh?
I've been winning for a while. Maybe it was time. Fates like to do that to you, you know? You win some, you lose some.
Indeed.
And she will also fold.
Julio reaches out his hand. Julio Juarez. No. He says, Juan Gomez.
We're learning. Yeah, she looks at you. Leona Cassidy. Pleasure to meet you.
The pleasure's mine. Can I buy you a drink with your money?
Well, when you put it like that, absolutely. I'd have to buy one myself with my money anyway.
Julio picks. How much did I win, Alandra?
Roll me a d20.
Yeah. 12.
You made $12.
Yay! Okay, I go to the bar and I put down 10 and order like a round of shots and then whatever she's drinking for us.
Okay. Yeah, she's got some sort of funky cocktail-y thing. You're not quite sure exactly what's in it, but Vic seems to know what it is and just mixes a couple of things from a couple of bottles and gives it to you.
So Leona Cassidy, how much, or no, how does one find themselves? What town are we in? Motor City?
You're in Dodge City.
Oh, I was like, isn't that the name for Detroit? So
That was an option for places for you to go, but I didn't want to go there, so we didn't.
Yeah, how does one find themselves in Dodge City? How does someone like Leona Cassidy find themselves in Dodge City?
Oh, it's a bit of a story, not a particularly good one, but here now and doing all right for myself.
And what do you do that you do all right?
Oh, a little bit of this and that. Mostly work at the general store. Occasionally do a stint at the post office, and when I'm feeling real bored, I come play cards.
Ah. So, a smart woman once told me that the person at the post office always has the best information on the town.
Was a very smart person indeed.
She's also the first to die.
Technically not the first. Constance was already dead.
That's true.
Got him. And then I'll say, well, lucky for both of us, I'm not looking for much information.
But you are looking for some information, yeah?
Just whether or not you'll play another hand of cards with me.
Well, if you're gonna buy me a drink, it seems only polite.
Yeah, I'll lead her back to the table and try and like, while I'm walking behind her, like pass a glance to Claude or Leon. Like, I don't know which of them sees me, so like I'm trying to like, you know.
I believe Leon is still there. Claude, I believe, has left.
Yeah, see, I'm just hanging out in the back, but I'm very much waiting for the we're gonna do something shady look.
Yeah, Claude, I believe, has left to go find Mahjong. Oh, yeah, Melanie will actually point you to a Chinese guy in the corner who will happily play Mahjong with you in this establishment. She's like, yeah, just don't keep your money under the table, and we don't care. And he will totally play Mahjong with you without you having to leave.
Nope. Immediately leaving. I want 4 people at my table. I do not want. I do not like the heads up mahjong. There's too much luck involved with that.
Baller.
I need a full table.
He'll go with you then.
Yeah, I will like buy him a drink or give him a smoke, and yeah, if we have 2 going, I'll happily do it.
No. He'll totally just be like, "Oh, you wanna play with my brothers? They're down the street. Let's go." And
done. Yeah, will not even think twice about all of a sudden playing at a mahjong table with 3 brothers.
Cool. You're 3 doors. You are 3 doors down at the Occidental Saloon playing mahjong with these 3 bros.
Yeah, as I leave, I will go ahead and like leave a note with Melanie, like, "Oh yeah, if he comes asking for me, just tell him where I'm at," and just like leave him like a little card that says like "gone to play tiles."
Cool.
Right. So I guess. Yeah, I'll take another hand with of cards with Leona Cassidy.
Yes. Do you want to play that as a true hand, or do you want to just roll me a gambling roll?
I'll just take a gambling roll.
Cool. Just take a gambling roll.
8.
Yep, you win the next hand as well.
And then okay, I finally said to her, "Would you?" Actually, fuck. What do I want to ask her?
She probably doesn't know
Okay,
anything.
well, not anything like that. But just in case, what I'll say is like, so if you're particularly well traveled, how does one get in and out of Dodge City quickly?
I mean, if you're simply looking for cover and ground, that would be the rails, of course. If you're looking to go to ground, as it were, or just generally stay off the radar, horses are your best bet.
See, I know there's something important here, but I don't know what I'm like. I don't have a clear idea of what I'm looking for.
That's totally fair.
Whatever you go looking for is the important thing. The journey was in you the entire time.
The important thing is the friends we made along the way, Nestor. Come on, let's go.
And then I ask her if she has any hand sanitizer. No.
Oh my god. She weirdly does, but it's just a bottle of whiskey.
Yeah.
Shit whiskey. It's hand sanitizer.
She kind of gives a look at you and she's like, "Are you planning to leave in a hurry?"
No, but you never know when you need to make your escape.
You're escaping something. I'm sorry, I don't mean to pry. We don't... Well, that's not true. We get plenty of excitement here, but it's not usually quite as attractive as you are. So, can't help but pry. It's also not usually as good as you would beat me at cards.
Is this your normal card playing spot?
For the most part, I've been known to go to seedier places, but they're not really worth it unless you're not really looking to play cards.
I see this exchange happening, and I just walk up to the bar. Just like laugh to myself, walk up to the bar.
Can I help you? That's Vic, the bartender.
Yeah, and I like put a 5 down. Let me get one of your. This counter is very shiny. But can I get one of those? That one.
Yep. Pours you a shot of whatever fancy booze you pointed to.
Yeah, and I just grab it and put the 5 down, and you got Leona and Julio can finish that while I'm drinking, and then we can come back.
Yeah. No, Leona's just kind of waiting on you, Julio.
I think Julio's just like, well, I can't say that I'm looking for anything special. Just a fun game of cards.
Well,
Has Melanie given me the note yet?
she probably just pocketed it and is waiting for like one of you guys to like. If one of you guys is like looking around specifically, she'll bring it over to you, but she doesn't want to interrupt. So
Got it.
because she saw you all come in together, so she knows you're acquainted at the very least.
3 homes of the same skillet.
3 homes of the same skillet. Yeah, I don't know what to do here. I think that Julio's gonna like he's gonna like kind of take his leave and be like, I'm just looking for a fun game of cards, and I think that I've had my fill here, so I'll move on to the next location.
Well, if you're If you're around for a few more days, stop by the post office or the general store and say hi.
I'll look forward to it.
She will return to the original poker table. At that point, when you break off from the conversation, Melanie will come over and just slip you the note and be like, your friend wanted me to give you this. I think he went a few doors down to...
He reads it and he goes, very well, thank you very much, Melanie.
Certainly. You won $15 at the second hand that you played. By the by.
Okay, I will walk up to Leon and give him $25.
I grab it. Wait, you gotta go win me 15 more.
Are you bad at math?
You gave me the money you owed me. $20.
30. 50.
Yeah, the money that you owe me cannot be taken out of the money that we have. You know, it's fine. You still owe me 15. It's fine.
He is bad at math.
You're double dipping.
I owe you $5, Leon.
Yeah. And they called me the fucking criminal.
And then Julio will walk out and walk over to Mahjong.
Excellent. Mahjong is happening 3 doors down at the Occidental Saloon. A name which I did not pick. I just read off of this sheet. I just want that stated for the record. But it's fine, because Mark, give me 3 gambling rolls.
Sick. I'm not trained in gambling. This is going to be hilarious.
That's fine. I just want to see what happens.
1, 2, 3.
You get your ass kicked the first couple of times.
Add a +1 to each of those because my wound modifiers are off.
That's fine. Yeah, you get your ass kicked the first couple of hands, but the third one, you just clean the table. Roll me a d20.
I got a nat 1.
Let me roll my die. That's fine.
Can I pick low?
No, because this is just a raw number. You get $10.
I'm honestly surprised. Yeah, that's great.
I mean, you probably basically made back exactly what you had lost, so you've broken even at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just not going to even change my dollars. But yeah, if they do come over, it's at this point that we've probably finished like our third like full-on game, and I am just laughing. I have handed each of them a cigar. If there is cigars that I can buy here, I will happily buy 20.
You totally can.
Done.
Great. That's gonna be like, I don't know, like $2 or something. They're gonna cut you a real deal, especially when they see that you're with the bros.
Yeah.
Also, Leon wanted to still talk to Vic. He didn't leave.
That is fine.
Yeah.
Cool. We can cut back and do that right now while we're waiting for Julio to come back and meet up with Claude. Yeah.
Yeah, I got that itch on my ear that Claude is he's probably losing. Anyway, hey, Vic, can I get one more? And he puts down the 5, another 5. Just hey, keep the change. Hey, you guys get a lot of folk through here, right?
Unfortunately, yes. We are quite well trafficked, and it's not always the polite types.
Yeah, no, I'm nobody likes them impolite types. But if one was looking for information, if a really good patron was looking for information about some people about certain ghosts. I know I read in a book that this is a this is crossroads. A lot of product travels through here. This town, not this establishment.
Well, I mean, there's certain channels for getting all kinds of information if you got the means to pay for it. And you don't mind risking crossing folk who don't like being crossed.
I mean, at this point, I mean, it's I go less days without crossing folks like that. Not by choice. I'm just unlucky. What can I say? But yeah, I mean, and I down it. I put another 5 on the table. But if you could maybe point me in the right direction, as a friendly gesture, I would really appreciate it.
He kind of looks at you, he pours you another shot, he pockets all of the money that you have put down. He kind of glances around to make sure nobody's too close, and he goes, well, Marshall here has been cracking down on sort of illicit activity, especially given the tensions between the differing factions that pass through here, but seems to me the drugstore is a good place to check in. McCarty's, it's called. About 2 blocks yonder. Probably closed now, but first thing in the morning, I'm sure you could get a hold of somebody there. They might know what you're talking about. I'd ask for Ezekiel, if I was you.
Hey, Vix, I really appreciate it. Hey, and I put down 5 more. About just one for the road.
You do realize you can't drink on the streets here. I know it's a popular pastime in these parts, but it's technically illegal here in Dodge City. Part of the marshal's attempts to clean up the place.
Well, just
I mean, if you want to head down to Harry's Liquors, he could probably sell you a bottle.
It's some guy bet that that you wouldn't give me one to go, but you know what? That's okay. Just put on my tab.
You should learn to make better bets if you're gonna be sticking around here.
Hey Vic, I'll talk to you soon. I'll be back for that one. And I walk away with the 5 still on the table.
Right.
And I kind of like look around, just like, where the fuck did Leon or where did Claude and Julio go?
And yep, everybody else is gone. I mean, if she'll probably see you looking around confused, and Melanie will swing by and be like, "Oh, they went like 2-3 doors down to the Occidental. I think they were switching to tiles from cards."
Oh, yeah, that does sound like Claude. Hey, thanks, Melanie. Hey, I'll see you soon. Have a good night.
Sure thing. Yeah, so Julio, when you get over to the Occidental, you find Claude having a grand old time with these 3 brothers who he has lost 2 and won from. They're all smoking cigars and just chatting up, having a grand old time. 2 of these brothers worked for the rails, much like you did. Different departments, but same general concept. And the other one owns the tack and feed store here in Dodge City.
Tack and feed store?
Yes. So supplies
I have
for
no idea what that
feeding,
is.
supplies for feeding and dressing your horses.
Oh,
Saddles, reins,
I was like, is that fishing?
food. Yeah. No.
Horseshoes and horse
I'll say,
food.
do they have horse t-shirts like in like horse trousers too, like for fancy
No.
dressing?
No, they do
Fancy
have
dressing?
like nope, they have this is God, if you want to show horses, Dodge City is not where to go. It is all work around here. You could probably buy a pair of long johns for yourself there, but you know, why? I believe we set this game in like that like late summer period where nothing's terrible weather. So
Yeah, I think during the game, I'm gonna mostly swap railroad stories, and then towards like the third hand, I'm gonna try and pick his brain about where I can find the best horses in town. I mean, he's got to know who has the best horses and or the cheapest horses. Just because I'm looking to looking to get up a wagon going west.
totally. He will also point you to Bell's livery. It is generally considered, you've got a good rapport with him, so he will basically be like, yeah, they're super neutral, so as long as you have the money, they will get you the good stuff regardless of where your other political alliances are. There are other slightly shadier ways to get stuff, but it's more questionable on like the quality of what you're getting.
Beautiful. Yeah. I love hearing a second recommendation for that. And I think I'll just bow out after the third game, buy each of them around, and then I'll just go ahead and like poke at the bartender a little bit. Just be like, hey, we're just passing through town. Love to get a game with the Rail Boys. How has the Rails been here? Wostock hasn't done any crazy business in town, has it?
Oh no, Vostok, sorry, let me see if I can get this accent correct. Oh no, Vostok would not dare to touch this place. They know better than to come to Dodge City. There is too much already at stake here.
Hey, fair enough, but if there's anything I know about the Wostock boys is they're incredibly brutal, but they can also be pretty clever. I mean, I got a tail back in Chicago that I had to dodge, so
They may be clever, but they are, look, if they try to come here, they would deal with the Sioux and the Cherokee, who want nothing to do with them, plus having to deal with Union and Southern lines. Not worth their time.
hey, good to hear. I really appreciate it. Anything a traveler passing through needs to know? I hear the marshal's got some strange rulings around, but I'm hoping to not stay that long.
Marshall is trying to clean things up. We will see how long that lasts. Mostly depends on how long he does not get dead.
Yeah. Got tale of every other city.
Indeed. Best advice I have for traveler in Dodge City: get out of Dodge City. It's kind of a shithole.
I have heard that. Why do you stay?
Wife, 6 kids, hard to move. Must gain some capital first. Doing well enough. But you know, we are each dealt our lot in life. We take what we get.
Hey, congratulations! 6 kids has to be a lot, but at the end of the day, I hope it's rewarding, and I'll slide him a cigar.
Yeah, he just takes it, like, tucks it in, like, a front pocket, and, like, gives you a little salute, and it's just like, you seem like good man. Do not get caught up in strangeness of the city. Get in, get out, do your business, go home.
Yeah.
You have girl at home?
Not really, but the strangeness of the city is not my calling.
Fair enough. Well, you come in anytime you want drink while you're here, and Godspeed.
I appreciate it. You got a fine establishment here, but yeah, I think I'm calling it in. I'm technically on the clock, so gonna call it early.
Certainly.
Salute.
Yep, he will just give you a little cheers and head down the bar to serve another patron.
Yeah, drop off my drinks with the brothers, leave to their cheering, and probably bump into Julio on the way out.
Absolutely.
Oh, hey, I'm calling it a night. I got a good lead, but I'd like to be there at sunbreak for hopefully getting a couple extra horses. More horses with a carriage means we can go a little further, a little faster. So,
Can I tempt you in another game of mahjong?
You know what? Yeah, why not? Let's be real. The oldest brother, he's been doing shit all 3 games. He'll probably happily bow out. Yeah, you wanna grab this table, and I'll go ahead and go back up to the brothers, like right after I left, and just right back in, and I'll see if the one that lost even worse than I did each hand wants to bow out for a game.
Oh, he will absolutely just like he'll basically like slide over and like double up with one of his other brothers, and they'll just play 2 as 1.
Sure thing.
So
yeah, I'll
great.
sit down and I'll just insist that me and Julio are east and west for when we deal out tiles.
excellent. Both of you give me a gambling roll.
And the entire game, Leon is gonna just be like super obnoxious and just to literally everyone at the table, just like, oh, so what did you just do there? Why did that happen?
Gambling.
How do
Sick.
you shuffle the tiles like that? Well, that's so cool. Just
that's
like
a negative 2 for me.
I got a 14.
Yeah, despite your terrible roll, Claude, and despite the fact that he has not really played this game, Julio's poker face is so good it translates to mahjong, and you guys sweep these guys.
It's one of those things where I unwittingly just discarded every tile that he happened to need. Like with a negative 2, I'm gonna say that I dealt him the victory on my part.
Yeah, so Julio, go ahead and give me that D20 roll.
How much did you win? $20.
Look, it's a good gauge.
7.
There's a lot of solid gamblers. Yeah, you make $7.
Okay. And then I'll get up and I'll hand Leon another $20.
I put it in my pocket. Was that so hard?
And then like Julio just like definitely played that game just to win, and then like rolls his eyes and is like, I'm ready for bed.
Yeah, no, I got an errand to run in the morning, so yeah, I could definitely go get some shut eye for sure.
What do you got to do in the morning?
Oh, why does it matter what I have to do in the morning? Oh, I mean, our contracts are different, right? We're not equal on the same job. Why does it matter what I have to do?
You're right. If you could add clearing out the stables and tending to the horses, I think they could use a little company to their undercarriage. I'd really appreciate that. Have a good night.
Yeah, sure, done.
And
would love to do it. Yeah, I'll do it. No problem. You just sleep on in there, Claude.
Julio, are you going to actually give them keys to their hotel rooms because you have all the keys?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Just double checking.
I'll go ahead and take the key that is
I thought I
next
did that already.
to.
You may have, and I just wanted to clarify.
I'll go ahead and take the key that is next to Constance's room. So I will deal with the night terror screams and things like that for 2 hours. But yeah, from the extra bandages I got, I'll definitely just take like some of the cotton and just wad the ears, and I'll be good to go.
Excellent. So you're headed back to the hotel. Julio's headed back to the hotel. Leon, are you staying out, or are you also headed back?
If it's nighttime, I'm headed back. My errand is not available until morning.
Yeah, it's about 11 p.m. So,
yeah.
Cool. Yep, you guys head back to the hotel. You settle in. Constance is in room 7. Claude, you are in room 9. And then Leon and Julio would be in 8 and 10. And you pass a generally uneventful night in your respective rooms. Everybody regains their wind. If you still had any loss from earlier, you probably had already regained it riding in the wagon. If you hadn't reset that, do that now. And you are all able to rise with the dawn around 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah, as soon as it breaks, I'm throwing on my shoes again, probably slept in my clothes, and am just heading straight down to try and acquire a couple of horses. I'll do that walk down the hall thing, and then I'll walk back a couple paces, and I'll just give a light rap on Constance's to where it wouldn't wake her if she's asleep, but if she's awake, she might hear it.
I have to look at her sheet real quick. You do not get a response.
Got it. Then yeah, I'm just heading straight down the stairs as fast as I can, confirming at the desk like the directions on how to get to Bell's
Livery.
Yeah. Head on down there and inquire about either 2 or 4 horses for a coach.
Yep, totally. They will sell or rent to you.
I will happily rent if I can swap them out at the next city.
They have
great.
Yep, they have good connections with every major city along the line, so they're happy to rent you a set of 4 horses and take up the 2 that you came in with.
Great. Depending on how much I can, if I can upgrade 2 to 6, I will. But I am willing to go up to $160, which is what I have on my person. And if they're willing to trade, I'll throw in some exotic cigars, as well as like whatever they might want on my person. It's not much, but it's like dynamite, which they could totally get at the hardware store because it's the West. I'd probably even put up my gun actually, which is an extra $40. So up to $200, I think, is what I could get.
I'm double checking general costs. Average horse sells for $150, but you're also trading 2 in. So you can also try to get a hold of Constance for more capital.
At this point, the fact that she's tended to my wounds, it would be a point of pride if I can take care of at least the rental for the first leg, get reimbursed, and then if she wants to purchase or continue the rental, that's up to her. But
Well,
I want to take care of this.
I will say since you're only planning to rent, you can, and since you've got 2 that you can essentially like trade in for part of this rental, I will say that you can get 6 horses. You're keeping the same cart that you already got?
Yeah. I'm not going to see a reason to upgrade that. It would just add to cost.
Right. I will say you can get all 6 horses for like $100 for the next month.
Done.
Great. We're fudging the rules of how horse rentals actually worked in the Wild West because I just don't care. It's way too complicated. I looked into it. It's a lot.
Dude, the economy of olden times is fascinating.
It's literally
Also,
just what do you need the most and what do I need the most, and that's value.
I got a degree in dramaturgy, and there is like 12 hours of classes you can have on just conversion rates of money compared to modern times. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, see my 1,000-yard stare. So have flashbacks to college. Yep. Nope. You're correct. Cool. Yeah, you've got 6 horses. You've got your pre-existing cart that you already had.
Yeah,
You are
and
set.
I'm just gonna work on getting the horses ready, and whenever anyone else comes down, I'll take that time to go upstairs and grab my bag.
Great. Julio and Leon, what do you guys want to do first thing in the morning?
I want to knock on Julio's door.
Okay, then I will answer the door.
And I just walk in and close the door behind me. Hey,
Julio's already fully dressed, by the way. He
Oh,
is,
yeah,
like
yeah.
100% ready for the day. He's just like, "Can I help you?"
so I found I might have found a place where we can get some information on some of that. Not only some of that ghost rock, that stuff that comes out of you know, but also maybe I can find out a little bit more about this here you know, the ghost Larry where the fuck are Andrew Lane?
Why are you pursuing these things?
Look, I've got reason to suspect that Mr. Lane, and I use that term lightly, he was involved in he's a part of the cog in the machine of some pretty bad slaughtering of innocent lives. That's why I got these. But he like motions to his tattoos.
And Julio like still like staring at him pretty like, what do you expect to do?
I don't know yet. But can't figure that out till I know what I'm dealing with. And the one thing that I do know is that the last time we talked to somebody, they died. And it wasn't good. So with that with the interest that you owe me from me loaning you money, hear me out. Just
Julio has at this point like rolled his eyes and just like not even like going to threaten him, just like I want you to know that I do not take you seriously. Go ahead and say whatever you're gonna say.
Look, just make sure that we know where Constance is. Make sure, like, if you could just make sure that she's in the room while I go and talk to this guy, like, that would be great. I don't want whatever the fuck happened to Maggie happen to this guy.
Okay. I will owe you this favor. And then he kind of stands up and like, fixes his vest and says, but after this, do not expect me to help you.
Well, I mean, until I loan you some more money, then you pay interest. But yeah, no, we're totally square.
That's when like Julio like finally like just like picks up the shit off of his bed, and one of those things is a fat wad of cash that like makes it like 100% evident that he has never needed Leon's money, and just like puts it in like the whole thing about paying back the money is just to fuck with him. And
oh yeah, I mean
that is now obvious.
And and I could even roll about how much is that? Just from like
are you asking what's
it?
Actually in my wallet?
No, I'm asking like how much money did you flash at me, because I could probably tell how much it is. I'm very keen, but I'm totally willing to like roll a scrutinize to like see.
Go ahead and roll a scrutinize, and I will determine what you can tell, because I know what everybody's wallet is.
Great. So that is a 10. That's just a 10.
He's easily got over $150 in this wad. Probably a lot more, but it's hard to tell denominations.
But like less than 300.
You're not sure. If the middle of the wad is all $100 bills, he could have $1,000 in that wad.
Great. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm still like nonplussed about it, and I say, yeah no, we're totally
wad.
square. Till you need some more money, then I got you.
You're a child in a man's body.
God, I wish I was there to agree with it.
And
I will push him out of the way and walk out of the door and walk out of my hotel room.
Great.
Excellent. You headed straight downstairs, or?
Yeah.
I say, and I like look up and pointedly just like look at Constance's door.
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go down.
Cool. Yeah, you guys get down. I'll say probably right around the time that Claude gets back. He's got a bunch of bottles of booze cradled in one arm. And as you guys look out to the front of the hotel, you can see there's like a dude in a uniform from the livery stables who is negotiating with one of the guys who works at the hotel, and they're doing some swapping of horses and getting some stuff hooked up to a car out front.
And Constance isn't down yet?
Nobody has seen her yet.
I just say,
Claude knocked on her door but did not get a response.
I'll be back in a little bit. I just start walking
Cool, where are you heading?
straight to the drugstore. And by straight to the drugstore, I mean I'm going to go around the corner, walk to a few places first, and I would love to see if somebody's following me, and then I will go to the drugstore.
Cool, roll me a scrutinize while you're doing that. And what are you doing, Julio? Or Claude, was that?
Yeah, as he leaves, I'm just gonna say hooves up at 8, which gives him probably a little over an hour.
Hooves up at 8.
Yep, that's yep,
you
that works.
Scrutinize.
Sure. Yeah.
That is that's a 10, almost a bust, but not.
Oh, close.
I am following Leon.
Roll me a sneak, or whatever the equivalent is. I think sneak is a skill. Yes, it's under nimbleness. Roll me a sneak.
Ha, you motherfucker.
Leon, it definitely feels like someone's following you. But every time you turn around and try to catch a glimpse, you just get that, like, glimpse of, like, somebody just around the corner or somebody just ducking behind something. So you never quite see who it is.
And I think I'm inadvertently going to run in interference, and I'm just going to go up and knock loudly on Constance's door once it's past 7.
Cool, you get no response.
I'm going to check the handle and see if it's unlocked.
High or low?
Hi.
It is unlocked.
I'm going to go ahead and open it and then give, like, another knock. Miss Constance, I have a gift for you, but I also want to make sure you're decent.
No response. Give me a scrutinize roll.
This isn't what I thought was going to happen. That is a 13. 15 if it relies on sight.
Her bed was definitely slept in, but neither she nor any evidence of any of the stuff she had on her is here.
Ah, got it. I'll look around to see if she left any of her belongings. Awesome. I'm going to go ahead and make her bed, and then I'm going to go downstairs and just wait on the carriage.
Totally.
And yeah, I'll just pull the carriage out in front of the hotel, and I'll pretty much try and be on the main street as much as I can, and just sitting high and proud on the reins and keeping a lookout.
Cool. Leon, you make your way to the drugstore in this very roundabout way. The drugstore is called McCarty's. It is very early in the morning, but it seems like it probably opens early. You've got a lot of cowboy types that roll through here that need to get their supplies first thing.
Yeah, I think that if I get there and I like know that I'm being followed, I'm just gonna like walk in, buy some whiskey, and leave.
Sure thing. Yeah, you walk in, there's drugstores in this day are like a weird sort of, it's not fully a general store, but it's like got a lot of options. It's got a lot of liquor, it's got a lot of like cure-all pills, which are probably mostly alcohol and cocaine and maybe some arsenic, because why not?
Yep.
Cure-all.
Yeah.
Yep, cure-all snake oil stuff. And just general other minimal supplies. There is one kind of sleepy looking dude working the counter. It's just like, hello there, how can I help you?
Yeah, just what's the nicest whiskey you got in the pocket size?
In the pocket size? I mean, we mostly do standard size bottles. Because,
Yeah, that's what the pocket size. And I like point to the standard size big ass bottle.
Solid.
Points to the fifth. Pocket
Yeah.
size.
Yeah.
I guess like to say, I mean, all right, I got some good proper Kentucky bourbon for $20 a bottle. If you want something like that.
Yeah.
Starting a little early, huh? You
Well, I mean,
you,
we're
on
saving
the
it
trail?
for later. Saving it for later.
All right. Yeah, he'll slip it into like a brown paper sack essentially, and bring you up.
Yep. Throw him the 20.
He takes it, he kind of gives you one over. You're not from around here, are you?
Yeah, I'm from here and there. Just passing through.
Yeah, most people with that ink are. Points to your arm.
Yeah, it is what it is.
That's for sure. Well, safe travels, I guess.
Yeah, sometimes the bar eats you, and sometimes just gotta take a drink. I just walk out.
Totally. Julio, what are you doing? You watched Leon go into this drugstore?
As he walks out, I am going to like grab him and like and be like, I don't think you're an idiot, but I do think you're reckless. Now hurry up and do what you came here to do.
I'm not. Who the fuck is reckless? If we don't know where Constance is, I can't do shit.
I am here to be your lookout.
No, I needed you with Constance.
Well, you didn't get me with Constance, so do you want to do what you want to do, or do you want to leave?
If we can't find Constance, I can't do
Then
shit.
it's your loss, and Julio walks away.
And Leon just tries to put it in his pocket, fails.
You feel someone walk directly up behind you and put their hand over yours and give it a shove to get it into your pocket. Like one hand on your hand shoving in the pocket, the other hand kind of around your chest, and in your ear you just hear, "You really should practice subtlety, Mr. Robinson."
And I just kind of like look back. Yeah, subtlety's not my strong suit.
I'm quite aware. And she like holds up mail. Would you like to read this now or wait till we're on the road?
I mean, if you're holding it up now, I may as well.
She hands it to you and walks back toward the hotel.
What is it?
There are 3 telegrams. One of them is in French, which we have established you do not read, but you again recognize
Is it the same 3?
It's not the same 3. These are
okay.
new ones. These are new. These are clearly ones that she just picked up.
Okay.
One of them is in French. You cannot understand all of it, but you clearly recognize the name Beauregard Montgomery again.
Mm-hmm.
One of them, I have to find my thing. One of them says, confirm sighting BR line, intercept imminent. And one says, ghost informed, please state intent.
I hate all of those things.
Meanwhile, those of you who are back at the hotel, you see Constance, fully dressed with her satchel on her bag, just rolling up from down the street. Looks like she's been awake for a while.
That heads up. As I see her approach, I'll go ahead and like grab the bag from out back that has the 4 bottles and like get off the cart and like push my hair to one side, even though I know it's not going to do anything, and just wait for her to approach.
Ah, Mr. Fox, I see you have also been productive this morning. Is this our new means of transit? You see her kind of like curve an arc so that she stays away from the horses and then comes up to you at the wagon.
Yeah, I'll happily meet her at the back of the wagon. It is. This will cut our travel time probably about half, and it is a rental, so we'll just swap that out at the next town, get fresh horses. We might be able to get a full 80 miles today. So maybe more, depending on how well bred these are. They're looking pretty good from my standards, but I just wanted to give you this. I'd like to apologize.
Mr. Fox, if there's anyone who needs to apologize, I believe it is myself. But
Nope, nonsense.
I appreciate the gesture.
Nope, you told me to seek out medical attention, so I actually got distracted by a game of Mahjong last night. Got to catch up with some rail buddies of mine. It was a lot of fun, but I'm no worth the wares. So I doubled the order, and I think that'll help your inkling.
Did you at least get a good night's rest?
I did, all things considered.
Well, that counts for something, I suppose. I cannot force you to seek medical attention, although I do fear, to a certain degree, the wrath of your sister if she finds out.
That ideally she will not find out. And actually, you bring that up, and I'd love you to proofread this before I send it out. I'd love to send it out before. And I'll go ahead and just hand her a letter that I have drafted that kind of doesn't tell anything about her, but is mostly a report of what I think about Hexam. That goes back to my sister and like a recounting of all of our one-on-one interactions and what I think about him. Has nothing to do with our encounterings other than I met a couple of rail buddies. I'm having a grand time. Seeing the West is a blast.
Great.
But I will have her proofread it just like I said I would in our original negotiations.
Yeah, no, she skim reads, and you can tell that she's really suppressing the urge to just laugh a lot. And she turns in and she's like, You are certainly well within your rights to send this. Post office is already open if you care to drop it off before we leave.
I appreciate that. I actually was able to grab a stamp out at the desk, so I'll drop it out of town. I think our priority is getting our weaponry back and hitting the road. I'm sure the marshal will forgive if I drop off a letter while armed.
I don't imagine that'll be too much trouble. Certainly. Are you planning to go retrieve weapons, or shall I do that to free you up for
No, I'm happy to do so. Looks like the other boys have about 10 minutes. I said who was up at 8, so they have a little bit of time.
Excellent. I will wait here toward the back of the wagon, lest the horses get spooked.
Yeah, of course, and yeah, I'll help her up into the cart and take the reins and just wait for the other two.
Julio, were you doing anything else before you headed back to the cart? Cool.
Oh.
Then you probably roll up probably at the tail end of this conversation, and Leon is probably just a couple minutes behind if he stopped to look at the telegrams.
I did.
All right, gentlemen, it appears we are ready to set forth. Normally, this would be the point at which I yet again offer to release you from your contracts. However, given the circumstances of what we all know, that seems perhaps a bit foolhardy of me. So, I presume you are along for the ride?
Rared and ready to go.
Yeah, and Leon has like packed up these telegrams and like they are hidden. He does not feel like sharing with the group. He feels he is not happy.
Can't imagine why.
With either Julio or Claude or Constance right now, for that matter.
Why are you upset with me?
Great. If nobody is gonna try to do any other snooping
Julio
or
will
take
just
any
hold
other
up the
action,
slips for his guns and say, "We need to make one stop."
absolutely. I would like mine back as well. I believe Mr. Fox was going to spearhead that. But
Right away. And yeah, I'll just get the 6 horses at a trot and head like the 3 blocks down and park it in front again and go and reclaim our weapons, let them know I'm stopping at the post office on the way out of the town and that we're on our way out.
Yep, it's the same kid you talked to last night. He's clearly been on the full overnight, and he's, like, reaching the end of his shift. He looks very sleepy. He's got a huge mug of black coffee in front of him, and he's just like, oh, yeah, no, that's fine. As long as you ain't gonna linger at the post office, yeah, just drop it in the slot. It's all good. If anybody asks, just show them this receipt, tell them you're on your way out of town.
Yeah, sure thing. I really appreciate that, and I'll leave him the rest of my pouch of the chewing tobacco. Gives you a real good buzz, helps with the overnights. You'll drink half as much coffee, and you won't go to the bathroom nearly as often. So,
You have no idea how much I appreciate that, sir. You are a saint and a scholar.
Hey, you're doing good work here. I appreciate it, and you probably don't hear that enough. So. You keep your nose to the grindstone, you know what? You're going to have a career for it.
Hey, if I live that long, I certainly hope so. Safe travels, friends.
Hey, you as well. Hope you get to travel.
I'd be alright traveling. Maybe in the other direction.
East is a good place. You know what? You're good with books, you're good with record keeping if you want. I'm sure my family can find you a job, and I'll go ahead and take another card out from my brother's general store, and I will leave it with him. I will write my name on it. Like, you tell Bruce that Claude sent you, and you know what? You got the gumption. If you ever want to head out east, if you can get there, there's a job for you.
You're good people. I don't know you that well, but you're good people. So travel safe, and look out for them things that shouldn't be there.
Fair enough, but hard work recognizes hard work, so you're gonna go places, whether you want to or not. I hope they treat you right. And yeah, I'll grab the guns and get out of there.
Cool, yeah, he will totally turn back everything you turned in, pockets your card. You are all set to go. I have to look at a map real quick to double check a thing. That's what I thought.
Beautiful.
Yeah, you guys start.
We're about to enter Colorado.
Yeah, you are. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. I'm excited to hit Denver.
Is it Leon is very, very excited to go to Denver.
That's where you guys are headed, and that's actually what Constance will say is, as you guys are heading out of town. She's like, well, since we've generally cleared the air on a number of secrets, I suppose now's the time to broach the subject of Denver, because that appears to be where we are headed. My latest round of intelligence seems to indicate that Prudence is on the Black River rail line, headed towards Denver, and unfortunately, we are not going to be able to intercept her here, so that's going to be our next best option.
Oh, so you have confirmation that Constance was on the Black River?
I do indeed.
I mean, the Black River does head through Dodge City, so she's either slightly ahead or slightly behind us.
Yes, but I unfortunately also have confirmation that my stepdaddy is on his way to Dodge City, and I think it is better if we, head to Denver, a place he is unlikely to go himself, and try to intercept her there. From all I can tell, he is behind her, and we, perhaps ever so slightly ahead. But, you know, the telegraphs, they are unreliable. There are literally gremlins that scramble messages. You all are familiar with this, yes? I know Mr. Juarez is probably familiar with the telegraph gremlins. Julio, you are absolutely familiar with this phenomenon. It's literally that, like, there are little monsters that play games of telephone with telegraphs and, like, change words. Yeah.
Is that like the underpants gnomes?
Sort of,
Kind
I
of,
guess.
yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Except
Yeah.
instead of underpants, they steal messages.
Messages and
Yeah.
rewrite them. Yep, totally.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, they
And then
rewrite
profit.
them or reroute them. And Julio would absolutely know about this phenomenon.
I've certainly heard of it. God, you talk to 1 out of 3 of my coworkers, they'll tell you Gremlins got me with the name Second Life.
That seems correct. Anyway, look, Denver is not a particularly nice place to go, and there are certainly dangers there, but if I'm given the option, I would rather deal with the difficulties in Denver with my particular set of skills than wait around here and hope for the best. Especially since if the fine gentleman I ran into in Topeka is continuing along the Union Blue line, he is just as liable to reach us here as my stepdaddy is. Full prudence.
I'm personally a big fan of Denver. It definitely ain't a place for everyone. For both the righteously good and the wickedly bad, you're as equally at a chance to get stricken down. But for those of us in the middle who know what's good and right, works out well.
I appreciate your optimism. Mr. Juarez, have you continued to encounter this peculiar phenomenon of being mistaken for other people?
Just once.
Sometimes once is all it takes. You may need to be especially on your guard in Denver. I'm not entirely certain if my suspicions are correct, but if they are, you may be the most at risk of all of us. That shockingly includes myself.
I'm a little flabbergasted at that. I spent quite a spell in Denver, and I feel like the 4 of us would be relatively safe from what Denver is rather than what Denver does. But
It's not so much what Denver is, it's what is drawn to Denver. And, if my suspicions about Mr. Juarez are correct, that which is drawn to Denver may also be what hunts Mr. Juarez.
Who said anything about you being hunted?
Julio just starts dealing out cards.
Constance just kind of looks at him and nods.
yeah, I think I'm just gonna look back to Leon and be like, "You have no idea." Well, let's get you to Denver, and just full on like reins, getting as fast out of Dodge as we can after I've dropped off my letter.
Yes.
I am wickedly fascinated at what all of that means. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you guys set off at a fair clip, headed for the mysterious and wicked city of Denver, and that is where we will end our episode.
Fuck Dodge City.
Kansas.
That place.
Am I right?
Yeah.